We are now moving to the next section of the first canto of the Book of Yoga, section 114. We have already seen the marriage party has gone back to their place, and now Savitri is living in the hermitage. She has kept aside all the rich ornaments, rich clothes, rich robes, even the rich memories of the past, and she has accepted fully the ascetic life of the ashrama, or the Parnakutis, where all the rishis and the sages are staying. She is putting on ochre robe, wearing no ornaments, doing all household things like any ordinary woman would do, not at all like a princess who was served by any number of servants and loved ones. So all that is now over, and Savitri is in the rude hermitage, rough-hewn homestead. Yet she is extremely happy because her heart's desire has been fulfilled. She had chosen Satyavan as her husband, and she was determined to marry him only because she had found in him very ancient identity of one soul meeting the other soul, life after life. They each had recognized who the other was, and Savitri is in that sense extremely happy also. Therefore, we have very beautiful, very romantic, one may even say almost kind of an erotic description of the life of young married couple during the first few weeks, months, or whatever. But the story moves very rapidly from this point onward to the mission for which Savitri had come here. At first, to her beneath the sapphire heavens, the sylvan solitude was a gorgeous dream, an altar of the summer's splendor and fire, a sky-topped flower-hung palace of the gods, and all its scenes, a smile on rapturous lips, and all its voices, parts of happiness. So in that married life, the early beginning, she sees everywhere joy. The sky, the solitude, the trees, the birds, all the surroundings are full of joy for her. At first, to her beneath the sapphire heavens, deep blue sky for the summer months, in the Shalva woods, under that sapphire heaven, under that blue sky, in that gorgeous solitude of sylvan trees, green verdant trees, it looked as if she was living in a dream palace. That itself was some kind of a splendid dream which got fulfilled. At the same time, it was an altar of offering sacrifice to the gods of nature, to the gods of this world, to the gods of higher worlds, to the gods of the highest worlds, as an act of sacrifice by which one draws closer to them and by which they also come and enter into our life. An altar of summer's splendor and fire, a sky-topped, flower-hung palace of the gods. So there are pergolas, so to say, on which there are creepers climbing up, and the whole thing is full of flowers, flower-hung palace of the gods seen from above. And all the scenes a smile on rapture's lips. Everything is for our happiness, joy, bliss, delight, rapture. Therefore it is rapture personified. Who is smiling? Who is welcoming Savitri? Who is participating in the joy of Savitri? And all is saying a smile on rapture's lips, and all his voices, bars of happiness, innumerable words of every kind, chirping and singing and twittering. That itself has become a poet's song welcoming Savitri to her new place. There are no CDs there, there are no record plates there. There are natural voices full of sweetness, full of joy, full of harmony, full of music of other splendid spheres. And all his voices, bands of happiness. There was a chanting in the casual wind. There was a glory in the least sunbeam. Even the early morning ray of light or the evening ray of light, faint it may look, but it was full of glory for Savitri. Everything was happy, joyous, sunshine for her. There was a chanting in the casual wind. There was a glory in the least sunbeam. Night was a Christ of praise on velvet cloth. In nestling darkness or a moonlit deep. Day was a purple pageant and a hymn. A wave was a laughter of light from morn to eve. So whether it is day, whether it is evening, whether it is night, whether the night is dark, or whether the night is full of moonlight, whether there are stars, everything was for her beautiful, lovely, charming, attractive, because she was living in a place where she wanted to live with her husband. There was a chanting in the casual wind. There was a glory in the least sunbeam. Night was a chrysoprase on velvet cloth. So a beautiful big gemstone, deep in color, green, blue color, as if it was kept on a velvet piece of cloth. Night itself was a gem on this velvet cloth of time, which has all the dimensions in it. So it looked like a beautiful gem itself for her. Night was a chrysoprase on velvet cloth, soft, attractive, pleasing, desirable. That is the quality of the velvet. And it is on that cloth, this shining gem is sitting there. Now that night could be a darkness nestling everything in its nest. Or it could be a moonlit deep, the whole thing is full of moonshine. If this was the night And the day was what? A purple pageant of royalty, of magnificence, rolling out from moment to moment. Day was a purple pageant, and a hymn at the same time. The chanting was there, the hymn was there, as if some kind of a stotra was being recited constantly in the whole place by nature, in the company of that company. In that company, Savitri was living. Day was a purple pageant and a hymn, a wave of the laughter of light from morn to eve. Whole day was for her merriment, joy, happiness, morning till evening, of purple pageants. Purple is the color of the royalty, and it is the royalty in which Savitri was living, although she was now in the hermitage, in the ascetic surroundings. And all his sage smile on rapturous lips. We have seen already that the poet has personified the rapture of the whole place. It is a rapture of the person who is standing, and it is on his lips there is a smile. Now this is something extremely delicate in its presentation. For the Indian mind, for the Indian aesthetic, this is kind of natural description. It is Kalidasian. That is how Kalidas would use his similes and his metaphors and his allegories and his symbols all along. Now, but for the Western mind, it will look ridiculous. What do you mean by rapturously? Rapture, having lips, they will kind of laugh at it, they will ridicule it. But for the Indian aesthetic, it is spontaneous, it is deep, it is psychic, it is charming, attractive, at the same time very concrete. Day was a purple pageant and a hymn, a way of the laughter of light from morn to eve. His absence was a dream of memory. His presence was the empire of a god. The poet has already told us about night and about day. Night could be dark, like a chrysoprase kept on the velvet cloth. Night could be moonlit, bright, and day purple pageants. So what happens during that night? What happens during that day? This is what he is telling us here. His absence is a dream of memory. When Satyavan goes away during the day for his work, early morning he gets up, picks up his basket, picks up his axe, goes to the forest to pick up fruits and flowers and wood, and then comes back maybe sometime in the afternoon or so. So when Satyavan is away in the forest for his daily work, for Savitri, it was a dream of memory. She will constantly remember about him. Oh, he must be doing this thing now, he must be doing that thing now, he must be busy with collecting flowers, picking up fruits, like that. So it was a dream of memory, his absence. And when he is there in the company during the daytime, his presence was the empire of a god. She was the queen then. He was her lord, and it looked as if they were together in some beautiful empire of God. His absence was a dream of memory, his presence was the empire of a God, effusing with the joys of earth and heaven, a tremulous blaze of nuptial rapture past, a rushing of two spirits to be one, a burning of two bodies in one flame. When they are together in their privacy, they would be very intimate with each other, and there will be a deep exchange of joy between them, a fusing of the joys of earth and heaven, Dhyava and Prithvi, as the Veda says. Heaven, Dhyava, Prithvi, earth, they are as if fusing into each other when you are together. And in each other's company, what happens? A tremulous blaze of nuptial rapture, their intimate relationship, their intercourse was a passage of tremendous energy, of nuptial rapture. There is an enormous exchange of energy between the two at that vital relationship. A rushing of two spirits to be one. That is the kind of the occult force which operates at that moment of time in that intercourse. A rushing of two spirits to be one. A burning of two bodies in one flame. They have identified with each other completely. They have become one. Although they are two bodies, yet they have come together, and it is in that combination, in that single body, so to say, that one carbon of nuptial fire is burning in them. Now, this is a description which only a great yogi in a very detached manner can present to us. It may look very erotic, very sexy, so to say, but there is no tinge of that kind at all when he is describing this sort of a thing. It is natural. After all, Savitri, the incarnate, has to experience every aspect of human life, and in that experience, this is one particular aspect. But it is not an aspect in the animal way people would experience and feel and describe. It is something which is very deep, which is luminous, which is occult, that is being presented here. A tremulous blaze of nuptial rapture past, a rushing of two spirits to be one, a burning of two bodies in one flame. Opened were gates of unforgettable bliss. Two lives were locked within an earthly haven, and fate and grief fled from that fiery hour. Fate and grief fled from that fiery hour. When they are in each other's company in this way, for Savitri, there is no grief. Narad had already foretold about the death of Satyavan. It was fated, it was decreed that it had to happen. But in that rushing of two spirits into each other, fate and grief had no business to be present. They have vanished totally from a consciousness. Fate and grief fled from that fiery hour. Now, this is not just poetic imagination, that the poet is kind of pitching it up. It is not that. It is a fact. When there is a true identity of one with the other, when there is the flow of energy and intermingling of these two, then nothing counts. Nothing comes into it at all. That is a genuine, authentic experience, and it is that authentic experience which Savitri is having here. Now, of course, in this particular line, we have, and fate and grief fled from that fiery hour. This line is more applicable to Savitri than to Satyavan. In the case of Satyavan, there is no question of fate, there is no question of grief. He has a beautiful wife, he is living very quiet, ascetic, happy life. There is no question of grief at all for him. Fate, about that, he has no knowledge. That tomorrow something else is going to happen to him, he is totally unaware of it. It is Savitri who is conscious of it, of the day which is going to rise soon, and associated with that day, the deep grief, not only her personal grief, the grief of humanity, the grief of the earth, the occult grief of the universe, they are all present in it. But at this moment of union of these two spirits, even that grief disappears from our consciousness, from our memory. It is no more there at all. Let us quickly read this passage again. At first, to her, beneath the sapphire heavens, the sylvan solitude was a gorgeous dream, and on her the summer splendor and fire, a sky-topped, flower-hung palace of the gods, and all its saints a smile on rapturous lips, and all its voices bards of happiness. There was a chanting in the casual wind, there was a glory in the least sunbeam. Night was a chrysoprase on velvet cloth, and nestling in darkness for a moonlit day. Day was a purple pageant and a hymn, a way of the laughter of life from morn to eve. His absence was a dream of memory. His presence was the empire of a god, effusing with the joys of earth and heaven, a tremulous blaze of nuptial rapture past, a rushing of two spirits to be one, a burning of two bodies in one flame. Now the opening passage, opening sentence is beautiful poetry also. Maybe we can quickly look at it again. At first to her, beneath the sapphire heaven, a sylvan solitude was a gorgeous dream, and on her was the summer's splendor and fire, and all is seen a smile on rapturous lips, and all its voices bars of happiness. We could quickly scan these few lines, 6 lines, very beautiful poetic technique which is available here, which is extremely descriptive of the psychological condition of Savitri also. At first, he says at first, because in the moment of union of the two, they are in rapture, they are in happiness. But soon, the memory of the fated day is going to haunt her. Therefore, at first, to her, beneath the sapphire heaven. Now we can scan this line, I think. At first, to her, beneath the sapphire heaven. It is an am, a pyrrhic, an am, again an am, and amphibrak. Short, long, short. Which is not uncommon in the English composition. At first, beneath the sapphire heavens, the sylvan solitude was a gorgeous dream. Again, here I got third and fourth and fifth anapes. Was a gorgeous dream, beautiful gliding movement of poetry. The sylvan solitude was a gorgeous dream. So we have got here two iambs, one Pyrrhic, and two anapes. An altar of the summer's splendor and fire. Again, the last foot is an anape. Splendor and fire. An altar of the summer's splendor and fire. Then I got a different kind of a line here. A sky-topped, flower-hung palace of the gods. See the movement up and down. At the same time, heavy syllables, light syllables, making the whole movement very solid also. The sky-topped, flower-hung. We can say that the first syllable, first foot, could be even a Pyrrhic, although it may be appropriate to take it in iamb. A sky-topped flower, which is an iamb, second foot. Flower-hung, again iamb. Palace, Trochee, of the gods, anapes. And all is saying, they smile on rapturous lips. All the 5 feet are iambs. And all is saying, they smile on rapturous lips. And all is voices, bars of happiness. We again hear the last line. 4 iambs and a Pyrrhic. And all these voices, bars of happiness. Now, this variation of meter, of feet, is what gives a charming suppleness to the poetry and makes it more lyrical, more fluid, more attractive also. This is what we have got in the very opening sentence itself, which goes very well with the subject which has been described. The poet described how Savitri and Satyavan merge into each other, burning for 2 bodies in one flame. It was the early few weeks of the married life, and they were locked with each other into unforgettable bliss. Opened were gates of unforgettable bliss. 2 lives were locked within an earthly heaven, and fate and grief fled from that fiery hour. But soon, Savitri has to awaken herself to the reality which is approaching very close. The death of Satyavan 1 year after the marriage. She had forgotten about it totally in the beginning, but now that memory comes to her and she is caught into 2 different moods of grief and happiness. Grief, remembering about the foretold death. Happiness, forgetting all these contingencies of fate and it locked with her lover, Satyavan. But soon now filled with summer's ardent breath and throngs of blue-black clouds crept through the sky, and rain fled sobbing over the dripping leaves, and storm became the forest titan voice. The mood of poetry also is changed. The happiness which has been described in the few earlier lines has now suddenly changed to the grief-ridden sky, the cloud, the rains, blue-black clouds, rains bringing grief, tears of grief. But soon now failed summer's ardent breath. Now here, this phrase is significant. Summer's ardent breath. Summer, that is the chosen month. Savitri and Satyavan got married in summer. 1 year after the marriage, it means again in summer, Satyavan is to die. The physical cause for the death of Satyavan is linked up with this month of summer. According to tradition, it is sometime around June, Jyeshtha, as the Indian calendars would say, in the month of Jyeshtha, that the death of Satyavan occurs. It means also that the marriage was performed in the month of June, Jyeshtha. But so now failed summer's ardent breath, and throngs of blue-black cloud crept through the sky. Immediately after the summer comes the monsoon with heavy rains pounding the entire landscape, and rain fled sobbing with the dripping leaves, and storm became the forest titan voice. This must have been also the first experience of Savitri to see the storm and the fury in the wilderness of the Shalva Hermitage. Then, listening to the thunder's fatal crash and the fugitive pattering footsteps of the showers and the long unsatisfied panting of the wind and sorrow muttering in the sound vexed night, the grief of all the world came near to her. Night's darkness seemed her future's ominous face. The poet has switched on to a grim picture of the season, depicting also the psychological plight of Savitri. Night's darkness seemed her future's ominous face. Night has come, and it is she who is showing her the ominous face of the events to come, the darkness, the sad happening which is going to be soon there. The shadow of her lover's doom arose. This is tremendous poetry again. You got nice darkness showing the face. You hang out in that darkness of night, the shadow of her lover is doomed. they have made everything very vivid. Grief, darkness, night, shadow. They are very descriptive terms, not only portraying the psychological condition of Savitri, but also the very mood of nature. And sorrow muttering in the sound vexed night, the grief of all the world came near to her. Grief of all the world. Savitri is human Savitri, but even in her humanity, she is divine. Her identification with the entire world is there, even in her humanity. The grief of all the world came near to her. In the occult sense, it is not Savitri's personal grief, the grief of the individual. It is the universal grief. The grief of the world which is gathering into the moment of the night, of the doom, wearing an ominous face. The moment swift and ruthless raced, alarmed her thoughts. Her mind remembered Narad's date. While she was enjoying the company of Satyavan, she had forgotten everything. Grief, pain, Narad's date, everything had completely got out of her mind. But the moment also comes when she is forced, she is made, she is in a state that she has to remember what is going to happen very shortly. Alarmed, her thoughts, her mind remembered Narad's date. Narad had foretold that 1 year after the marriage, Satyavan will die. 12 swift-winged months are given to him and her. That was Narad's prophecy. Narad tells the royal host, of course, in the presence of Savitri, in one brief year, when this bright hour flies back and perches careless on a branch of time, the sovereign glory ends, heaven lent to earth. Satyavan, sovereign glory lent by heaven to earth. The sovereign glory ends, heaven lent to earth. The splendor vanishes from the mortal's sky. Heaven's greatness came, but was too great to stay. It cannot stay too long. The greatness of heaven itself is responsible for the calamity, for the doom, for the death. Heaven's greatness came, but was too great to stay. 12 swift-winged months are given to him and her. This day returning, Satyavan must die. That is the word of fate Narad has brought from his home in paradise. This day returning, Satyavan must die. The moment is fixed, the hour is fixed, the time is fixed. Everything is decreed and nothing can change it. Nothing has power to alter it. It has to happen. 12 swift-winged months are given to him and her. This is the prophecy. This is the word of fate. And Savitri remembers that. She is in the company of her lover, but suddenly that memory comes to her. Yes, very short time is there now for them to be together. Swift-winged months will fly away quickly and her lover will be no more there. Now this particular prophecy of Narad is given here in great epic style in Savitri. 12 swift-winged months are given to him and her. 12 swift-winged months. You had two solid spondees open in the line. Are given to him and her. That's the rhythm. 12 swift-winged months. So there is a kind of a strength in what he is telling. The firmness of the decree is conveyed in an equally forceful manner by the poetic art, by the use of those two rare spondees. In contrast to that, we have a couplet describing this particular thing by Ramesh Chandra Dutt in his translation of the Mahabharata Savitri. His couplet is in the Loxley home meter. 14ers. Fateful fault or destined sorrow. Fateful fault or destined sorrow. For it is decreed on high. On this day, a 12 months later, this ill-fated prince will die. On this day, 12 months later, this ill-fated prince will die. He says it is the bad luck of Satyavan. He is ill-fated prince. Now that is not at all the sense that is conveyed in Narada's utterance. Narada's utterance is more positive. He says, the sovereign glory, there is no question of ill-fated prince. The sovereign glory ends, heaven lent to earth. The splendor vanishes from the mortal sky. Heaven's greatness came, but was too great to stay. There is absolutely no suggestion of ill-fated friends in Shivendra Savitri. In fact, the original Savitri, Vyasa Savitri in the Mahabharata also makes this declaration in a totally unattached manner, in the manner of a witness Purusha. Vyasa says, Samvatsarena Kshenayur Deha Nyasam Karishyati. Samvatsarena, 1 year afterwards, Samvatsara year, Samvatsarena Kshenayu Deha, when the body becomes weak. When the body becomes weak, that he will abandon it. Dehanyasa karishyati. He will abandon Deha. He is life exhausted. He will abandon the body. That is what Vyasa says. Almost in a kind of a matter-of-fact manner. It's all right, Devan. It's okay. Yeah. The grief of all the world came near to her. Night's darkness seemed the future's ominous face. The shadow of her lover's doom arose, and fear laid hands upon her mortal heart. The moment swift and ruthless raced, alarmed her thoughts, her mind remembered Nara's fate. In that psychological state, a trembling, moved accountant of her riches. She is a rich lady, but she has to count her treasure with trembling hands. With trembling hands. She reckoned the insufficient days between. A dire expectancy knocked at her breast. Dreadful to her were the footsteps of the hours. Grief came, a passionate stranger of the hours. Grief came, a passionate stranger to her gate. Vanished when his arms, out of her sleep, it rose at morn to look into her face. This is the psychological condition of Savitri. A trembling, moved accountant of her riches. Again, a very beautiful line poetically. A trembling, moved accountant of her riches. That's the reason. A trembling, moved accountant of her riches. You have got Pyrrhic, followed by Amphibrach. She reckoned the insufficient days between, a dire expectancy knocked at her breast. Dreadful to her were the footsteps of the hours. Grief came, a passionate stranger, to her gate. Banished from his arms, out of sleep it rose at morn to look into his face. A passionate stranger, grief personified as a passionate stranger. Passionate, as if someone who is compelled to do it, who is ruled by some kind of a force. Passionate, very intense, very emotional, strong, you can even say fervid, very vehement, very ardent. Basically, it is intense grief that visits Savitri. He comes as a guest at a guest. Grief came, a passionate stranger, to her gate. He will do that which he has come here to do. That is the passion, that is the force. Banished from his arms, in his, suppose, Satyavan's arms. Out of her sleep it rose. In the morning when she gets up, it is that guest who is waiting at her gate, at the door of the hermitage. Savitri has to receive in the morning this intense stranger, this passionate stranger. Vainly she fled into the bosoms of bliss. She tries to go back and live in the moments of happiness, but the foresight is there, and it is that which is telling her, no, the grief is waiting there at the gate, at the doors in the hermitage. Vainly she fled into visions of bliss. From her pursuing foresight of the end, the more she plunged into love, that anguish grew. She clings very passionately to Satyavan. The more she draws closer to him, the more this grief becomes intense. This is a typical Rwandonian balance of grief and bliss. Experience by Savitri. Her deepest grief from the sweetest girls arose. Her grief comes from sorrow, from bliss, from happiness. Deepest grief or sorrow comes from happiness. Again, an Arvindonian dichotomy fused with the contrast coming together. Vainly she fled into visions of bliss, from her pursuing foresight of the end. The more she plunged into love, that anguish grew. The more she plunged into love, that anguish grew. So that's the matter. The more, we can almost say, I am, she plunged, and I am into love. Long, short, long, critic, into love. That anguish grew. So here we got I am, a critic. Again, I am. So these two are balanced very beautifully by the critic in the center. The more she plunged into love, that anguish grew. Her deepest grief from sweetest gulls arose, a perfect iambic line. Her deepest grief from sweetest gulls arose. Remembrance was a poignant pang. She fed each day a golden leaf torn cruelly out from a too slender book of love and joy. 12 passionate, swift-winged months. So each day is being torn off from the calendar, every day, very swiftly. Each day a golden leaf torn cruelly out from her too slender book of love and joy. Thus, swaying in strong gusts of happiness and swimming in forebodings, the somber waves, and feeling sorrow and terror with her heart. For now, they sat among the bosom's guests, or in the inner chamber, paced apart. Her eyes stared blind into the future's night. This is what Savitri is experiencing, bliss and sorrow simultaneously in one moment. A very difficult psychological state. And it is only someone who is great can bear both simultaneously. The swaying in strong gusts of happiness and swimming in foreboding somber waves and feeling sorrow and terror with her heart, she is facing the future. Grief and happiness, sorrow and bliss, they alternate. In the same chamber, one walks one moment, he goes away and the other enters in. Facing apart in the same chamber, in the same room. Well, this is the plight of human nature. Transient and sorrowful, anityam, asukam, this is what the Gita says. This samsara, this world, this mortality, this human plight, condition is full of sorrow and suffering, and also there is bliss, and they keep on alternating constantly. Now, this plight of Savitri has already been described by the poet right at the beginning, in the very first canto itself, the opening canto, December Dawn. Let us read a few lines from that. How he describes what is now being presented in the book of Yoga. Even in this moment of a soul's despair, its grim rendezvous with death and fear, no cry broke from her lips, no call for aid. She told the secret of her woe to none. Calm was her face, and courage kept her mute. Yet only her outward self suffered and strove. So what is being described here is Savitri's outward self. Yet only her outward self suffered and strove. Even her humanity was half divine. That is why her grief was not her personal grief. It was the world's grief which was drawing closer. Her humanity was half divine. Her spirit open to the spirit in all. Her nature felt all nature as its own. The grief of all the world came near to her because of this oneness, because of this identity of Savitri with the world. Apart, living within, all lives she bore. Aloof, she carried in herself the world. Her dread was one with the great cosmic dread. Her strength was founded on the cosmic minds. The universal mother's love was hers. So it is this universal mother who is experiencing this bliss and sorrow through human Savitri. Again the evil at life's afflicted roots. Her own calamity is private sign. Of her pang she made a mystic poignant sword. A solitary mind, a worldwide heart, to the lone, immortal, unshared work she rose. Savitri has now rise soon for her immortal work. At first, life grieved not in her burdened breast. On the lap of earth's original somnolence, inert, released into forgetfulness, prone it repose, and conscious on mind's verge, obtuse and tranquil as a stone and star. In a deep cleft of silence betwixt two realms, she lay remote from grief, unsound by care, nothing recalling of the sorrow here. When she is in the company of Satyavan, she does not recall the sorrow. Then a slow, faint remembrance, shadow-like moved, and sighing she laid her hand upon her bosom. Then a slow, faint remembrance, shadow-like moved. She remembers Narad's date. 12 swift winged months are given to him and her. A slow, faint remembrance comes. So we have already that description in the opening canto itself. But there is a certain difference. What is being described in the book of Yoga is human Savitri undergoing through that stage, experiencing simultaneously happiness and sorrow. What is described in the Simple Dawn is something which is being experienced by the Divine Mother herself in the transcendent. It is an experience in the transcendent, whereas in the book of Yoga, Savitri's experience is on earth. So it has a certain kind of a poignancy, certain definiteness, certain meaning, that things had to happen here on earth. And Savitri is going to that stage. Savitri is swaying back and forth between grief and joy of union. Grief of the fast approaching death of her husband. Joy because of his company. The poet puts it very dramatically. He says, the more she plunged into love, that anguish grew. Her deepest grief from sweetest gulls arose. Remembrance of a poignant pang, she felt each day a golden leaf torn cruelly out from her too slender book of love and joy. Each page of the calendar is being torn off. Her book itself is a slender book of just 365 days, and with each day a page is being removed. The page of the calendar. Remembrance of the poignant pang, she felt each day a golden leaf torn cruelly out. Golden leaf because of the company of her husband. And it is that which is being torn out. Thus, swaying a strong gust of happiness and swimming in foreboding somber waves. So this is the contrast, gusts of happiness and somber waves of the foreboding. And feeling sorrow and terror with her heart. Her passion, her love, it is that which has become the food for sorrow and terror. Terror of the dreadful day which is coming very fast. For now, they sat among her bosom's guest. Terror and sorrow have become the guest in her heart. Or in the inner chamber, paced apart. They walked apart from each other, sorrow and joy, in the chamber. But it is in that condition she is staring into the future's night. What is going to happen? That has remained totally dark to her vision. She does not know that. Her eyes stared blind into the future's night. This is a very difficult psychological state for Savitri. On the one hand, she is having a very happy married life. On the other, she knows that it is going to end pretty soon, and she has no clue how to meet that eventuality. Out of her separate self, therefore, she kind of stands apart from her own being, from her own inner personality. She stands out like a witness, like a separate being, separate self. Out of a separate self, she looked out and saw moving amid the unconscious faces alert. What is she see around? People who love her, who are intimate to her. What do they look like? This is what she is seeing from her witness consciousness as a kind of a sakshi. What is going to happen? These people have no idea. Moving amid unconscious faces, Lord. In mind a stranger, though in heart so near. These people are very intimate people, but they have no idea of what is going to happen tomorrow. They have no inkling, no thought of what is going to happen tomorrow. In mind a stranger, therefore they are stranger as far as the event is going to occur. In mind a stranger, though in heart so near. The ignorant smiling world go happily by. So the world moves on. They have no idea of the fatal, dreadful, calamitous events that take place in life. In mind a stranger, though in heart so near, the ignorant smiling world go happily by upon its way towards the unknown doom, and wondered at the careless lives of men. This is what her separate self is experiencing, that these people have no idea about things that are going to happen, and what is going to be the unknown. They had no notion of things at all. This separate self appears at a couple of places in Savitri. Let us take an example on page 603. The finding of the soul. There was no strength in her, no pride of force. The lofty burning of desire had sunk, ashamed, a vanity of separate self. The hope of spiritual greatness fled. Salvation she asked not, nor a holy crown. Humanity seemed now to proud estate. So from that separate self, she is noticing that this ignorant world is happily going around his daily course of activities, but have no idea at all about the fast approaching doom. In mind a stranger, though in heart so near, the ignorant smiling world go happily by upon its way towards an unknown doom, and wondered at the careless lives of men. As if in different worlds they walked, though close, they confident of the returning sun. They wrapped in little early hopes and tasks. She, in a dreadful knowledge, was alone. She, in a dreadful, terrible, frightful, full of fear, she was alone in that knowledge. In fact, nobody in the hermitages knew about the death of Satyavan. 1 year after the marriage. She was the only person who knew. She has not told, revealed, given an idea, given an inkling of what is going to happen 1 year after the marriage. They wrapped in little early hopes and tasks. She, in her dreadful knowledge, was alone. They were moving around, ignorant, smiling world, go happily by. The rich and happy secrecy that once enshrined her as if in a silver bar, apart in a bright nest of thoughts and dreams, made room for tragic hours of solitude and lowly grief that none could share or know. A body seeing the end too soon of joy and the fragile happiness of its mortal love. The rich and happy secrecy that once enshrined her, that once indicates her company with her husband, Satyavan. And in that secrecy, in that closeness also, in that privacy, she was happy all the while. The rich and happy secrecy that once enshrined her as if in a silver bower. A cottage, a green land full of trees and creepers. It is in that happy, dreamy, beautiful world that secrecy was kept in her company, in his company, and it nestled all her happiness. Apart in a bright nest of thoughts and dreams, made room, but now that nest has made room for tragic hours. Her grief has opened out, and it is that which is kind of possessing her. Made room for tragic hours of solitude and lonely grief that none could share or know. None could share or know. That none could share or know. Even if she is going to disclose that grief of hers to others, they will not be in a position to participate in it. They are too small, too weak to bear the burden of the sorrow, that agony, that grief. And lowly grief that none could share or know. No, of course they cannot know on their own. It is only Savitri who knows it, and unless she tells it to others, they would not know it. Of their own accord, they will not be in a position to know it. It was a fact which was made known to Savitri by Narad. It is some kind of a divine intervention by which this knowledge had come to her. And that knowledge is not going to be given to others, which none could share or know. A body seeing the end too soon of joy and the fragile happiness of its mortal love. So in that body, her love itself becomes mortal love. Her quiet visage, still, sweet and calm, in spite of this grief, in spite of this anguish, of the remembrance of the day of doom coming so fast, in spite of that, her quiet visage, still and sweet and calm, her graceful daily acts were now a mask. She was doing her routine works in the hermitage, in the cottage, but they looked as if she was wearing a kind of a mask. She was not her natural personality. Somebody else was carrying out those activities. In vain she looked upon her depths to find a ground of stillness and spirit's peace. Her visage, her face is calm. She is doing her daily acts in a very usual manner. without giving any hint that she is grief-ridden. But she is still looking for stillness and spirit's peace. Her graceful daily acts were now a mask. In vain she looked upon her desk to find a ground of stillness and a spirit's peace. She waved from her, still waved from her, for a silent being within, whose still waved from her, for a silent being within, who sees life's drama pass with unmoved eyes, support sorrow of the mind and heart, and bears in human breast the world and fate. She is looking for her inner being, silent Purusha sitting deep within her, trying to find out whether he can come out and take possession of her state. Her face is quiet, her calm is quiet, her visage is quiet, it is sweet, it is calm, it is still, but she is looking for spirit's peace. She is looking for the silent being within who should come out and take possession of her plight. Support sorrow the mind and heart, and bears in human breast the world and fate. It is he who is actually bearing the burden of this world, of this sorrowful and transient earth. And it is he who must come out and guide her in a moment of crisis, in a moment of difficulty. A glimpse of flashes came. She is looking for him, for the silent being, and occasionally something happens. A glimpse comes, a flash comes, but still the deep presence is concealed from her sight. A glimpse of flashes came. The presence was hid. Only her violent heart and passionate will were pushed in front to meet the immutable doom. Defenseless, nude, bound to her human lot, they had no means to act, no way to save. She was looking around, but veiled from her sight was a silent being. She stared into the night and could not see anything. She herself was once, a worshipped princess, but now that royalty of her life has become a part of the past, and she is working like an ascetic woman in the forest, doing daily acts without complaining, without sharing her grief with others, and that makes things very poignant to her. Still veiled from her was a silent being within, who sees life's drama pass with unmoved eyes, supports sorrow of mind and heart, and bears in human breast the world and fate. Then Sometimes she gets kind of a glimpse, flashes come, still the presence, deep presence, remains concealed, remains hidden. Only her violent heart and passionate will were pushed in front to meet the immutable doom. Defenseless, nude to her human lot, they had no means to act, no way to save. They, her violent heart and a passionate will, violent heart, she is in her intense state of passion, in her strong vital nature, she is looking within, but the silent being is not seen. The presence remains hid. So what works in her is only the violent heart and passionate will. Her personality, her vital personality, it is that which is acting all along. But her heart and her will, passionate, violent, she controls. These she controlled. Nothing was shown outside. She is kind of intensely disturbed within, but no hint of it, no indication of it is given to others. They are not in a position to see under what state Savitri is. Only her violent heart and passionate will, they had no means to act, no way to save. These she controlled, yet she manages to control them. That itself is a kind of yoga in which Savitri is already established. One may be driven by the passions of life, but to control the passions of life and look within is in fact a beginning of yoga itself. And therefore, her human state, preparing to do yoga, is itself a part of her yogic beginning. These she controlled. Nothing was shown outside. She was still to them the child they knew and loved. All those people who were around, they loved her, they knew her, and they did not see that there is something deep in her which is boiling, which is bursting, which is very passionate, that she is very disturbed. She had no idea. The sorrowing woman, they saw not within. No change was in her beautiful motions seen. She is doing her daily activities routinely. No change was in her beautiful motions seen. A worshipped empress, all at once, why to serve? She made herself the diligent serf of all. She herself has become a servant, a maid in the house. Once she was a royal princess and everybody was at her service, but now she is serving others. Yet she was terribly disturbed. Of course she was loved by everybody, but people did not know under what conditions Savitri is. No change was in her beautiful motions seen. A worshipped empress, all at once, why to serve? She made herself the diligent serf of all, nor spared the labor of broom and jar and well, nor spared the labor of broom and jar and well, nor spared the labor of broom and a pest, and jar and well to an abyss. So and I am. That's the meter. Now spare the labor of broom and jar and well, or close gentle tending, or to heave the fire, or of altar and kitchen. No slight task allowed to others that her woman's strength might do. She was doing all the household work. Once she was a princess, a worshipped empress, but now she is doing all works, jobs of a maid in the house. And she does not spare herself from labor of cleaning the house, wiping, sweeping the floor, or pulling the water from the well or jar, or of lighting the kitchen fire, or lighting the yajna fire. She is not sparing herself from all those work. Or close gentle tending, or to heat the fire of altar and kitchen. No slight task allowed to others that her woman's strength might do. She is serving them, but they do not know what is happening deep within the soul of Savitri. In all her acts, a strange divinity shone. Whether she is an empress or whether she is a maid in a hermitage, in all her acts, a strange divinity is present. A divinity has accepted every condition of life. In fact, that is the very nature of the avatar. The divine comes here as an avatar and accepts all the human conditions. He does not disdain anything which might look to us from his point of view bigger, mean, low grade, nothing. He accepts every aspect of life here in all her acts, and that is what happens. Means unless the incarnate power assumes humanity fully, humanity cannot be redeemed. And that is exactly what is happening in the case of Savitri. In all her acts, a strange divinity shone. Into a simplest moment, she could bring a oneness with earth's glowing robe of light, a lifting up of common acts by love, by loving every creature. She could bring the touch of that sweetness, of that joy, of that light to the common human being. In all her acts, a strange divinity shone. Into a simplest moment, she could bring a oneness within with earth's glowing robe of light, a lifting up of common acts by love. All love was hers, and its one heavenly cord bound all to all with her as golden tie. It is the oneness not of the spiritual person, but of a divine who has accepted humanity and who has love for all. It is that which is binding everything, everybody together. All love was hers, bound all to all with her as a golden tie. But, well, this is the condition. People around her do not know anything, yet she loves them. She does her daily routine work. She who was served by others, is now serving others all the while. She is doing all the work. People do not have any idea. Yet she loves them all. She has taken them into her embrace. But when her grief to the surface pressed too close, these things, once gracious adjuncts of her joy, seemed meaningless. seemed meaningless to her, a gleaming shell, or with a round mechanical and void, her body's actions shared not her will. She is doing all the household work, but those actions are not sharing her inner will. Last time we have seen Savitri looking at the outside world, busy with his usual activities, unaware of the deeper things which are likely to happen. There are no inkling of it at all. We saw it. There are no idea, no knowledge of it, no perception of it. Savitri is seeing this world, oblivious of these deeper events from her separate self. Now the question is, what is this separate self? Who is this separate self? That she can see it differently than the others do. Out of a separate self, she looked and saw moving among the unconscious faces lived. In mind, a stranger though, in heart so near. The ignorant, smiling world go happily by. Upon its way towards an unknown doom, and wondered at the carelessness of things, careless lives of men. She is puzzled how people remain careless about life, that they have no hint of the things which lie behind the outward events. But Savitri is able to see all those things. She sees from a separate self all these things happening. Now this phrase separate self appears 7 times in Savitri. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times in Savitri. And it will be good if we can look at those occurrences, what the phrase separate self means. We have right at the beginning Savitri separate self, which seems to be somewhat different than the separate self which appears in the 4th canto of the first book. Now, this canto describes the secret knowledge or the working of Purusha and Prakriti in the Yoga of Ashwapati, in the Yoga. And we are told that in the unfolding process of the self, sometimes the inexpressible mystery elects a human vessel of descent. A breath comes down from supernal air. A presence is born. A guiding light awakes. A stillness falls upon the instruments. A remaining force sweeps blazing in. Out of some vast superior continent, knowledge breaks through, trailing its radiant seas, and nature trembles to the power of the flame. A greater personality sometimes possesses us, which yet we know is ours, or we adore the master of our souls. Then the small bodily ego thins and falls. No more insisting on its separate self, the bodily ego thins and falls. It no more insisting on its separate self. The outward personality has no pursuing power when a greater power, a greater personality possesses us. No more insisting on a separate self, losing the punctilio of its separate birth, its minute details, its aspects of point by point functioning. All those things are forgotten when a greater personality possesses us. No more insisting on a separate self, losing the punctilio of its separate birth, it leaves us one with nature and with God. So this is what happens when the separate self comes into operation. In other words, in the case of Savitri, she is enjoying the early period of married life, but she is also haunted, disturbed, is in anguish about the forthcoming death of her husband. And she stands apart. Under the extreme conditions, it is her separate self which looks out and sees things. Moving with the unconscious forces, faces love. It is her separate self which comes out and sees things. Which also means that although Savitri is full of human nature at the moment, yet there is something deep in her which remains alert, which is aware of things that have to happen. Savitri is already in a kind of spiritual state by which she can see things. She sees things in a way which the others don't see. Others are seeing merely doing things, and she is amazed at them that they are not concerned about the future, about the events, about the calamities which fall on life. She is amazed at that. But her separate self has come out and is telling her. Savitri is already in a great state of spiritual awakening. She has not yet started her yoga proper. It will begin. She will be given the command to find her soul. But her nature, her personality is already deeply spiritual and it immediately seizes the spiritual possibilities which are present in nature, in herself, in the world around. She already sees those things. Out of a separate self, She looked and saw, moving amid the unconscious faces, loved, in mind a stranger, though in heart so near, the ignorant, the smiling world go happily by. Now, on another occasion, we have again in the yoga of Ashwapati, he is pursuing the unknowable. It is a kind of nirvana into which he is entering, where all the inconscious world, nature is left behind, and his true spirit is chasing the unknowable. In that condition, he sees something happening in him. In an abysmal lapse of all things built, transcending every perishable support, and joining at last its mighty origin, this separate self must melt or be reborn into a truth beyond the mind's appeal. That is the high state of spiritual attainment Ashwapati is reaching. Here, Savitri is already in that state unconsciously. With her yoga, it will become more powerful, more dynamic, more effective in operation. And joining at last its mighty origin, the separate self must melt, it must disappear. The separation of self and non-self, not self, oneself, all that must disappear. It is not just self alone. When you see the self alone, then to you the whole world appears meaningless, pointless, and illusion. The individuality is lost. And it is that separate self from the self which becomes a kind of a block also. Even that must melt and disappear. So that you see that the universal self and the individual self, they have a kind of an identity, a relationship in the scheme of things. And it is that which must come into operation. And joining at last its mighty origin, the separate self must melt or be reborn into a truth beyond the mind's appeal. All glory of outline, sweetness of harmony, rejected like a grace of trivial notes, expunged from being's silence, nude, austere, died into a fine and blissful nothingness. Now this is the state of separate self Ashwapati is experiencing. Savitri, in a way, is also entering into that kind of a state, though not in its full measure. Then there is another beautiful place where we have the description of separate self. It appears in the book of love. When Satyavan and Savitri meet each other, accept each other, and they kind of join into each other, merge into each other. We have a very beautiful description of it regarding Savitri first. Satyavan and Savitri are embracing each other. And the poet says, in a wide moment of two souls that meet, she felt a being flow into him as in waves a river pours into a mighty sea. Constantly she is pouring herself into that mighty sea which is Satyavan. As when a soul is merging into God to live in Him forever and know His joy. Satyavan is her God. Merging in Him is her joy. Her consciousness was a way of Him alone, and all her separate self was lost in His. Savitri is no more Savitri. That separateness is totally gone, and her true inner being, the true spirit, the soul itself, has totally identified with the soul of Satyavan. Her separate self is no more there now, and all her separate self was lost in his. As a starry heaven encircles happy earth, he shut her into himself in a circle of bliss and shut the world into himself and her. The way heaven is embracing the earth, Deva, Prithvi, they are the lovers, they are embracing each other, and it is that kind of an experience which is being described for Satyavan and Savitri. They are merging into each other fully, and the separate self does not exist anymore in that condition. Now this is again a very high spiritual state which these people have attained due to their tapasya, spiritual realizations in the course of past births, and that has come out now fully in the present moment, and it is that which is being described in the poet. A boundless isolation made them one. That is the beauty of the disappearance of the separate self. It has to melt, it has melted, it has found its true identity, and therefore the separateness does not exist anymore. Now again we have a description of separate self when Savitri is on her way to find her secret soul. There the passage is like this: all was abolished save her naked self. What has remained is only her pure self. And everything has disappeared from the scene now. And the prostrate yearning of her surrendered heart, these are the only two things which are remained there: her naked self and yearning of her heart. There was no strength in her because everything has gone away. There was no strength in her, no pride of force. The lofty burning of desire had sunk. Even the desire to meet God, all that has disappeared. Lofty desire had sunk. Ashamed, as if it was ashamed, and therefore it has disappeared. Ashamed, a vanity of separate self, the hope of spiritual greatness fled. That by doing tapasya, by doing yoga, one would become spiritually great, powerful, effective, dynamic. Even that urge, that desire has totally gone. That is the total disappearance of the separate self. As if it was ashamed of its own existence there, and it has no business now to be there anymore. There was no strength in her, no pride of force, the lofty burning of desire has sunk the same, a vanity of separate self. The hope of spiritual greatness fled. Salvation she asked not, nor heavenly crown. She does not want mukti. She does not want a place in heaven, in Swarga. She is happy as it is. Salvation she asked not, nor a heavenly crown. Humanity also seemed to her too proud a state. Nothing matters. And therefore, the total abolishment of separate self is perhaps the first condition to discover the true soul. And Savitri is approaching that state already here. And then we have got Savitri has discovered her soul. Savitri has entered into the nirvanic experience. Even her body shell has disappeared. She could have easily disappeared from existence itself. But she cannot. Mother Earth would not allow that to happen. She brought Savitri back. And then we have got, perhaps she made conscious in her breast the miraculous Nahi, origin of our souls, and source and sum of the vast world's events, the womb and grave of thought, a cipher of God, a zero circle of being's totality. That is the experience of complete Nahi, of zero circle of being's totality. And that day what has happened? It used her speech and acted in her acts. It was beauty in her limbs, life in her breath. The original mystery wore her human face. When everything was abolished, then it is the original mystery which is expressing itself through Savitri as a human person. Thus was she lost within to separate self. Her mortal ego perished in God's night. Only a body was left. The ego shell, afloat with drift and foam of the world sea, a sea of dream, washed by a motionless sense, in a figure of unreal reality. Thus was lost within to separate self, Savitri. Her mortal ego perished in God's night. It is the indication of this experience which we have got here in the passage we have been looking at. Out of a separate self she looked and saw, moving amid unconscious spaces of it, in mind a strange thought, in heart to hear. The ignorant, smiling world go happily by upon its way towards an unknown doom, and wondered at the careless lives of men. As if in different worlds they walked, though close, they confident of the returning sun, they wrapped in little early hopes and tasks. She, in her dreadful knowledge, was alone because she is looking through her separate self. When in a spiritual experience, you only conceive yourself as pure entity, then everything becomes non-self, not self. Everything becomes not self. In that condition, our mind makes a separation, a division between that self and we. And it is there that a separate self arises. Now it is that separate self in the experience of this self which does not admit anything, for which everything is not self. It is in that experience Savitri is saying, the world happily go by, merrily go by on its routines. In the Gita, we have practically a similar kind of a description right at the beginning in chapter 2, towards the end of chapter 2. That man who casts away all desire does not see in aught his separate self. That man attains soul's peace. Nirmamo, nirahankar. That is the condition in which the soul's peace is attained. Savitri is full of grief, full of anguish, full of sorrow, but at the same time now she has become without desire, without ego. Ego sense has disappeared, desire has disappeared. Nirmamo, nirahankara. Under that condition, what one gets is the soul's peace, shanti. Savitri is in that yogic state now. She is struggling with the conflict of life, a joy of union, and the doom waiting at the door to pounce upon her the next moment. Under these two extreme conditions, everything has disappeared from her. All desire, all ego, and therefore she is full of peace. And it is in that peace she can do things. When one is in that state, then one becomes one with the infinite and universal being. Infinite and universal being. A oneness is attained. That is why Savitri could see everywhere that oneness in all the beings around her, in the forest, in the trees, in the birds, everywhere around. She is experiencing that oneness. The division between things has disappeared because now everything is founded on the experience of oneness. The soul has become one with all existence. Is what I got in Savitri also. the last barrier is broken. Ahankar, the sense of separate self, has utterly disappeared, and the soul is all that it sees. That is what the Isha Upanishad says. When Ahankar has disappeared, and it is the sense of separate self getting lost, then soul sees everywhere that oneness. So Savitri is now already on the threshold of a great spiritual experience through her Vishada, through her grief, through her sorrow, in contrast to the joy of union. She, in her dreadful knowledge, was alone. She was wondering all the while how the world around goes on in a usual manner, oblivious of grief and doom in life, as if it is taken to be part of daily existence, yet remaining unconcerned about it. The fragile happiness of immortal love, that is what she was wondering at. Even her own love could be sort of fragile in the face of the doom she is going to face, she will meet shortly. But there is something still, something deep, something calm, something tranquil in the soul of Savitri, and she can watch all these movements, not only of the world outside, but also the movements going on within her own self. Her quiet visage, still and sweet and calm, her graceful daily acts were now a mask. In vain she looked upon the depths to find a ground of stillness and the spirit's peace. Still away from her was a silent being within, who sees life's drama pass with unmoved eyes, supports sorrow of the mind and heart, and bears in human breast the world and fate. That being was still veiled from her sight. These lines are very emphatic. The poetic structure carrying the emphasis along with them. The way in which the metrical movement goes is also indicative of the plight of Savitri. Her quiet visage, still and sweet and calm. A quiet visage, still and sweet and calm, a perfectly iambic line. Her graceful daily acts were now a mask. Another perfect iambic line. In vain she looked upon her depths to find another perfect iambic line. A ground of stillness and the spirit's peace. a ground, the stillness and the spirit's peace, with a period in between. So, in these 4 lines, we have all I ams except a period in the 4th line, a ground, a stillness and the spirit's peace. The moment is perfect, coinciding with the plight of Savitri. She veiled from her was a silent being within, still veiled. It could be responding, a still veil from her, followed by a period. Or a silent and a rest being, I am within, an abyss. Still veiled from her, or a silent being within. This moment is line. Who sees life's drama pass with unmoved eyes, suppose sorrow of the mind and heart, and bears in human breast the world and fate. So essentially all these 8 lines are iambic lines with a couple of lyrics and an anapest here and there. The next line also is perfect in its iambic form. A gleam, a gleam, the flashes came, the presence was hid. Savitri is looking for her, the being within, who remains silent. Silent being within, she is looking for him. She is not getting a clue of it. It is not in her sight. But sometimes she gets a glimpse of it. Sometimes flashes are seen, but the main presence, that being himself, remains hid. Now, as we saw last time, this itself is a great yogic state of Savitri. She is talking of the being within. She is talking of the hid presence. While she is doing her daily acts in a usual manner, she is living the daily life as a common woman, but still her spiritual status is such that she is wishing to see the being within, silent being within. She is longing for the presence which has remained hidden in her soul. That itself is a great quality of Savitri's soul. It is on the basis of that quality, on that basis of consciousness of hers, that her future yoga will be built up. In other words, Savitri is already a kind of an accomplished yogini in possession of these spiritual qualities, and it is she who was looking for the clue as how to meet the eventuality. All that was happening was her silent heart, her violent heart, and her passionate will were coming out and acting. The presence was remaining hidden, the being remained silent, and the only instruments she had in her possession were the heart and the will. It is on the basis of these nature's instruments she is working. But she has gained the capacity to master them, to control them, to shape their movements and actions in the light, in the power, in the capacity of her soul. She used to do daily acts of lighting the kitchen fire or the altar fire, bringing water from the wells, sweeping the rooms, doing all the household small little jobs, yet she was doing these things like a common woman. But even behind that commonness of the woman in her is a spiritual quality, because even in those actions, always a strange divinity is shone in her. She is doing small little jobs, but behind those jobs, it is as if the divine being within her who is doing all those things. She is not inwardly aware of it, but her actions have that quality. On one particular occasion, during the puja days, Durga had visited the mother. She used to visit regularly, year after year, for several years. On one particular occasion, she was there with her, with the mother, for a couple of days. And mother used to do all her daily routine things very sweetly, very beautifully, very joyously, very happily. And Durga was surprised, how is this possible? How is this possible at all? She was surprised. The difference is, mother's psychic being was always in the front. And it is on the basis of that psychic being all actions were being done. Durga, a goddess, does not have the psychic being, and therefore she cannot understand, appreciate the felicity, the sweetness, the joy of attending even the small little things there around. Savitri is also doing all the household jobs in a routine kind of a manner, but a strange divinity shone in all her actions, because her psychic was always in the front, and it is that we saw everyone in that light. It is a psychic love which flowed out throughout the world, the love from the soul of Savitri, embracing the entire world. All love was hers, and this one heavenly cord bound all to all with her as golden tide. That is the quality of Savitri's soul, of her psychic being, and that remains always alert, alive, breathing, vibrant, active, even in these daily routine works of our life. A strange divinity was always there behind her, and to the gods it might look very amazing how this lady can do all these kind of things which they can't do. But when her grief to the surface pressed too close, she is doing these works, but obviously the grief is there and it will be always pressing forward. She cannot forget this place. In fact, she has come here not to forget grief. She has to attain to grief. She has to redeem the sorrow of this creation. She cannot forget about it. So, when her grief to the surface pressed too close, these things, the small little things which she has been doing, household jobs, lighting the kitchen fire, lighting the altar fire, pulling the water from the well, cleaning the rooms, all these little things, these things, once gracious adjuncts of her glory, even this small thing, adjuncts of her glory, they are not essentials. They are aspects of her own greater personality, of her own greater activity, all the small things. Once gracious adjuncts of her glory seemed meaningless to her. They lost, when the grief surged forward, they lost content, they lost meaning. These things seemed meaningless to her. A gleaming shell, or were a round, mechanical and void, her body's actions shared not by her will. In all her acts a strange divinity is shown. We have a number of examples of this in the early stage itself of Savitri's life. Even as she was growing like a child, we see all her movements were divine movements. She had come here to do her unfinished divine task. She had come here with a will to pick up the earthly jobs. She had assumed, the incarnate power had assumed an earthly shape. And when she was born, and when she was growing, even as a child, at once she seemed to found a mightier race. She was ready to establish a mightier race. Even as a child, she had that consciousness, that awareness, that realization deep in her consciousness. Maybe we could read some of those passages which show how Savitri, even in her childhood, was divine. A spirit of its celestial souls aware, that is Savitri. A spirit of its celestial souls aware. There cannot be any more definite statement about Savitri's avatarhood than this. Celestial souls aware descended into earth in perfect mode, and wept not, fallen to mortality, but looked on all with large and tranquil eyes. One had returned from the transcendent place. Savitri is coming from the transcendent place. She keeps on coming again and again. She has returned once more from the transcendent planes, and bore anew the load of mortal breath, who has striven of old with our darkness and our pain. She took again her divine unfinished work, unfinished task, survivor of death and the eonic years. Once more, with a fathomless heart, she fronted time. She took again her divine unfinished task. She has been coming again and again, yuge, from age to age. She is returning to the transcendent to complete her unfinished task. Well, she has been coming. Will she be able to finish her task now? The task had remained unfinished through all her past births. Will that task be now finished the divine task be accomplished in this birth of hers. So obviously, the suggestion here is that yes, it will be got done. There is no doubt about it. Savitri has accumulated all the yogic powers, birth after birth she had acquired, and now she has to launch herself on a yoga which will conquer death. And when death is conquered, her divine task shall be finished. Does it then mean that once a divine task is finished, she will not come again? She need not come again. She has no business to come again. Certainly, that is not what is implied. She has accomplished a major divine task of conquering death. That is definitely there. But the divine manifestation is infinite, is endless, is ever progressive, growing from stage to stage, now not in ignorance, but in knowledge, in splendid possibilities of the infinite. It is that which will be continued birth after birth of Savitri also. Again and again she will come, even after finishing the present task. Again there was renewed, again revealed the ancient closeness by earth vision veiled, the secret contact broken off in time, etc., etc. Then we have again, always she drives the souls to new attempt. That is her task, to carry the soul of the earth, to carry the souls of men on the divine path. Always she drives the souls to new attempt. Always a magical infinitude forces to aspire the inert brute element. Once more for that purpose, once more that will put on an earthly shape. Savitri has come for that purpose once more. Some mission power in her half-awakened frame, that is the condition of Savitri at the moment, half-awakened frame, nursed a transcendent bird's dumb, glorious seed, for which this vivid element was made. Even as a girl, as a baby, as a child, even in her childish moments, could be felt the nearness of a light still kept from earth, feeling that only eternity could share thoughts natural and native to the gods, thoughts natural and native to God. This is what this little girl, this little baby is harboring in her being. This at a heavenlier height was shown in her. An invisible sunlight ran within her veins and flooded her brain in heavenly brilliancies that woke a wider sight than earth could know. Outlined in the sincerity of that ray, her springing childlike thoughts were richly turned into luminous patterns of her soul's deep truth. And from her eyes she cast another look of all around her that man's ignorant way. With a greater nature She was one, a mind of light, a life of rhythmic force, a body instinct with hidden divinity, prepared in the image of the coming God. And when the slow rhyme with expanding years and the rich murmurous swarm work of the days had honey-packed her sense and filled her limbs, accomplishing the moon orb of her grace, self-guarded in the silence of her strength, her solitary greatness was not less. Even as a child, this is Savitri. A scout of victory in a vigilant tower. The girl has grown up and become a scout. But she is a scout of victory in a vigilant tower. Her aspiration called high destiny down. So as a small scout, see her height. Her aspiration called high destiny down. A silent warrior, patient and steady your strength, inviolate guarding to diamond throne. Such is Savitri, even as a young girl. Many high gods dwelt in one beautiful home, yet was her nature's orb a perfect whole, harmonious like a chant with many tones, immense and various like a universe. The body that held this greatness seemed almost an image made of heaven's transparent light. Now it is this Savitri who is experiencing the intense moment of grief. She knows the cause of it. She has to get ready to face the cause. But when her grief to the surface pressed too close, these things, once gracious adjuncts of her joy, seemed meaningless to her. A gleaming shell, or a round mechanical and void, her body's actions shared not by her will. All the activities Savitri was engaged in, they only looked as adjuncts, as few additional things to the main task she was to do, adjuncts of her joy. She was happy with them, but the real happiness was something else in the case. Savitri was doing all these small little things, yet in all her acts a strange divinity shone. And therefore, even in these small little things, the adjuncts were a part of her bigger joy. Seemed meaningless to her, a gleaming shell, or a round, mechanical and void, her body's actions shared not by her will. Now this line, her body's actions shared not by her will. It is understood that the construction is, her body's actions were shared not by her will. Grammatically, were is understood in the context of the previous line. Or where a round, mechanical and void, her body's actions were shared not by her will. Her will stood apart from the work in which the body was engaged. It was not governed by the external contingencies. Always behind a strange divided life of joy and sorrow, anguish and pain. Always behind a strange divided life, her spirit, like a sea of fire, possessed her lover and to his body clung. One locked embrace to guard his threatened mate. She would not allow him to escape from her embrace. Possessed her lover and to his body clung. One locked embrace to guard his threatened mate. All night she woke the slow, silent hours, brooding on the treasure of his bosom and face, hung over the sleep-bound beauty of his brow, or laid a burning cheek upon his feet. Satyavan is sleeping there, and Savitri, brooding on the treasure of his bosom and face, hung over the sleep-bound beauty of his brow. She is looking at him. She is attracted by that beautiful face all the while. Either she was enraptured by it or laid her burning cheek upon his feet. Now this is something very typical of the ancient Indian culture. Laid her burning cheek upon his feet. This is the love of Radha and Krishna, of Vishnu and Lakshmi. Romantic, lyrical, sweet, psychic, enchanting. It is not the love of Shiva and Parvati. That love is of a different quality, full of power and strength. But here there is a kind of a delicacy in the love between Radha and Krishna, or Vishnu and Lakshmi. Whereas in the love of Shiva and Parvati, there is strength, there is force, Shakti. Or laid a burning cheek upon his feet. Now this is kind of a thing which will not be present in other cultures, certainly not in the Western culture. A wife laying her cheek upon the feet of her husband, hung over the sleep-bound beauty of his brow, or laid her burning cheek upon his feet. Waking at morn, her lips endlessly clung to his, unwilling ever to separate again, or lose that honeyed drain of lingering joy, unwilling to lose his body from her breast. The warm, inadequate signs that love must use. Waking at morn, her lips endlessly clung to his. Now, this is not eroticism. Certainly, this is not pornographic description. It is kind of a sweetness of a relationship which is described here at a deeper level, at a psychic level, at the level of the soul, expressed in the physical. Waking at morn, her lips endlessly clung to his, unwilling ever to separate again, or lose that honeyed drain of lingering joy, unwilling to lose his body from her breast, the warm, inadequate sign that love must use. So the physical relationship is only something of a very small nature in the context of the true love which exists between the two, between Savitri and Satyavan here, of course. It is not the love of common young couple passionately clinging to each other, but there is some other relationship which is being conveyed to us in this description. Unwilling to lose his body from her breast, the warm, inadequate signs that love must use. Intolerant to the poverty of time, she has hardly a few days now left before Satyavan would die. Her passion catching at the fugitive hours, the hours are passing quickly, and she wants to hold them back, but they are not going to stop for that reason. Her passion catching at the fugitive hours will the expanse of centuries in one day of prodigal love and a surf of ecstasy, or else she strove even in mortal time to build a little room for timelessness. Her moment of joy is a small room made in the flow of eternal time. Or else she strove even in mortal time to build a little room for timelessness. By the deep union of two human lives, her soul secluded, shut into his soul. Savitri is experiencing an intense moment of love. But at the same time, Satyavan also finds in her his perfect shrine. Savitri is a perfect shrine for love to come and reside. We already have a discussion of that more or less at the very beginning of the book of the epic in Canto 2. Of the book of beginning. Love came to her, hiding the shadow, death. Here is Satyavan sleeping, but he is hiding behind him, death. Love came to her, hiding the shadow, death. Well might he find in her his perfect shrine. Satyavan finds in Savitri his perfect shrine. This is what we have here. Since first the earth beings heavenward growth began, through all the long ordeal of the race, never a rarer creature bore his shaft, that burning test of the Godhead in our parts, enlightening from the heights on our abyss. All in her pointed to a nobler kind. This is the description of Savitri's nobility also. All in her pointed to a nobler kind, near to earth's wideness, intimate with heaven, exalted and swift, a young, large young spirit, voyaging through worlds of splendor and of calm, overflew the waves of thought to unborn things. ardent was her self-poised, unstumbling will, her mind a sea of white sincerity, passionate in flow, had not one turbid wave. This is the description of Savitri being a perfect shrine for love to reside. And we have here the same thing here also. We have the same thing here also. The warm, inadequate sign that love must do. Intolerant of the poverty of time, her passion catching at the fugitive house, willed expense of centuries in one day of prodigal love and self of ecstasy. Or else she strove even in mortal time to build a little room for timelessness by the deep union of two human lives. Her soul secluded shut into his soul. After all was given, she demanded still. Satyavan poured himself totally into her, but she was not satisfied because of poverty of time, as if she must have everything from him in that little span of time at her disposal. After all was given, she but demanded still. Even by strong embrace unsatisfied, she longed to cry, "Oh, tender Satyavan!" He is embracing her with a strong force, yet for her now, he appears only a tender Satyavan. She longed to cry, "Oh, tender Satyavan! Oh, lover of my soul, give more of love while thou canst. To her thou lovest. Imprint thyself for every nerve to keep that thrills to thee the message of heart. For soon we part, and who shall know how long before the great wheel in its monstrous round restore us to each other and our love. Savitri is speaking to herself. She is demanding more and more of love from Satyavan, and she is telling him, soon we part, who shall know how long? She has no idea. Yes, death is coming very fast. How long we'll be away from each other, she has no idea at all. Before the great wheel, this monstrous round, restore us to each other and our love. Savitri and Satyavan have been meeting birth after birth. This is not for the first time they are meeting in the human form. Therefore, the great wheel is going to restore them back to be together. And Savitri says that, look, we are here now together, but only for a short while. We will be separate with the arrival of death. And we do not know how long we shall remain again separate before we are brought back to earth together. For 7 lives, the tradition says, the relationship exists between husband and wife. They remain together for 7 lives. For soul we part, and who shall know how long before the great wheel in its monstrous round restore us to each other and our love. She is talking to herself, but she would not utter a single word about it. Satyavama. Too well she loved to speak a faithful word and lay her burden on his happy head. She pressed the outsurging grief back into her breast, to dwell within, silent, unheld, alone. She would not allow Satyavan to get an idea, a hint of what is going to happen, why Savitri is in such a deep anguish. She would not allow, she would not disclose anything of her plight to him. Too well she loved to speak a fateful word and lay her burden on his happy head. She pressed the outsurging grief back into her breast, to dwell within, silent, unheld, alone. But Satyavan sometimes half understood. Something seemed to him unusual in Savitri. He felt sort of uneasy about things around. But Satyavan sometimes half understood, or felt at least with the uncertain answer of our thought-blinded hearts, the unuttered need, the unplumbed abyss of a deep, passionate want. Why Savitri is longing so passionately for him? He half understood. Of our thought-blinded hearts, our heart recognizes things quickly, but it is mind which interferes and does not allow heart to see things, to understand things of itself. But Satyavan sometimes half understood, or felt at least with the uncertain answer of our thought-blinded hearts, the unuttered need, the unplumbed abyss of a deep, passionate want. Too well she loved to speak a fateful word and lay her burden on his happy head. She pressed the outsurging grief back into her breast, to dwell within, silent, unheld, alone. Too well she loved that she would not like her burden to be put on his head. Was that only the burden of Savitri? Was that also not the burden of Satyavan? And lay her burden on his happy head. Satyavan has absolutely no idea about his death, which is approaching pretty fast. And all the grief, all the sorrow is in the heart of Savitri. She has taken the entire burden upon herself. It is the love's burden which she has housed in her own soul. That is the burden of her soul. And it is she alone who can disburden herself. There was no point at all of passing on that burden to Satyavan. In fact, that cannot be passed on to him. Because Savitri is carrying on that burden in her soul, she has to prepare herself yogically to see that it is removed. Too well she loved to speak a faithful word and lay her burden on his happy head. But Satyavan sometimes half understood from her movements, from her gestures, from the kind of anguish that would come up on her face, even perhaps by some kind of a casual comment or remark or word uttered by Savitri, he might understand a bit of her sorrow and suffering, get an idea of the burden she was holding in her breast. But Satyavan sometimes half understood or felt at least with the uncertain answer of our thought-blinded hearts, the unuttered need, the unplumbed abyss of our deep, passionate want. He saw mostly Savitri's passion for him, and in a thought-blinded heart, he could feel that there was something going on within her, and he wanted to respond to her. And therefore, wherever he went, whatever he was doing, he was carrying the figure of Savitri in his mind, in his heart. All of his fleeting days that could spare from labor in the forest, hewing wood, and hunting food in the sylvan glades, and service to his father's sightless life, he gave to her and helped to increase the hours by the nearness of his presence and his class, and lavish softness of heart-seeking words, and a close beating felt of heart on heart. Well, that is how the young couple will respond to each other. He gave to her and helped to increase the hours by the nearness of his presence. Whenever he was not attending to his other duties, whenever he was close to her, by the nearness of his presence and his class, and lavish softness of heart-seeking words, and a close beating felt of heart on heart. You speak sweet things, lovely things, things of love, of joy, of togetherness, and try to comfort, so to say, Savitri, that he was not in a position to give full of her love to her, as he had to attend his daily routines. He had to go to the forest, cut wood, collect food, collect flowers for the yajna, for the daily worship. He was attending all those things, but whenever I was free and not attending to the duties towards his blind father, he would give as much time as possible to Savitri, and lavish softness of heart-seeking words, and a close beating felt of heart on heart. All was too little for her bottomless need. Savitri's need was insatiable. It could not be easily satisfied. Her grief came from the deeps of grief, and it could not be easily assuaged. All was too little for her bottomless need. If in his presence she forgot a while, grief filled his absence with its aching touch. She saw the desert of her coming days. Imaged in every solitary hour, she saw the desert of her coming days, the wasteland of life, its sandy stretches without flower and bird and tree. That would be her life when he would be no more. She saw that desert. Desert is a place where the things, objects cannot cast their shadow. The shadows, even the hot sun, and the noon time also, bright sun, the objects cannot cast the shadow because the shadows melt away in the desert land. They do not exist there. It is in that condition Savitri saw that even the shadow of her joy with Satyavan would not exist. It will be a total wasteland of life stretching in front of her. If in his presence she forgot a while, grief filled his absence with its aching touch. She saw the desert of her coming days. Imaged in every solitary hour, whenever he will be away from her, in a solitary hour, what was she seeing? Waste of life, stretches of sand, refractory existence, without fruit and flower and leaf and tree. That would be the future for her. And she was worried also about that. Is she going to accept it? Is she going to somehow disown it? Is there any way for her to get out of it? She has been contemplating all the alternatives, all the possibilities. And one possibility which crosses her mind, her thoughts, her feelings, even perhaps her will, is the possibility of going away with Satyavan when he dies. The possibility of going along with him as Sati, so that there is no more that desert stretching in front of her. She would accompany him in life as much as in death by throwing herself on the burning pyre when he would die. If in his presence she forgot a while, grief filled his absence with its aching touch. She saw the desert of her coming days. Imaged in every solitary hour, although with a vague imaginary bliss, a fiery union through death's door of escape, she dreamed of her body robed in funeral flame. She knew she must not clutch that happiness. She was ready to go with Sati along with Satyavan. She was ready for that. Of union through death's door of escape. She drained of her body, robed in funeral flame. She would put on the attire of the Sati and enter into his fire and vanish or disappear or accompany him even in death. But although with a vain imaginary bliss, but accompanying him through this process of Sati would be a vain imaginary bliss. It is vain because it is imaginary bliss. Savitri is imagining that she could accompany Satyavan in this manner and be always together with him. What is the certainty that it might happen? Is there a kind of an inevitability of them remaining together if she follows that course of action? Perhaps that is her imagination. But if it is her imagination, then obviously it is vain. There is no point then in taking that course of action, of entering the funeral pyre when she is living. There is no certainty. It could be a vain imaginary bliss. Although the vain imaginary bliss of fiery union through death's door of escape, she dreamed of her body robed in funeral flame. She knew she must not clutch that happiness. She was imagining, but her conviction, her deep soul tells her, no, Savitri, that is not the way you are going to go along with him. That is not your way at all. You have come here for something else. Not to go like Sati, as any other pious, holy woman would do. It is not for that purpose that you will disappear. Now, this is a very deep thought. It is not just a thought also. There is a deep occult content in this, in the wife going as Sati with her dead husband. There is some occult content in it. It has a meaning, it has a purpose, it has something which is marvelous also. But Savitri is not going to accept that line of action. She knew she must not clutch that happiness. Now the story of Sati is an ancient story. It is of course narrated in the Puranas, but it must have been present in its true significant way even during the Vedic times. Even the legend of Savitri belongs to the Vedic cycle, and if Shyavendu, the yogi, is referring to the aspect of Sati, it also means that it has the Vedic validity Vedic support, Vedic adhara, Vedic content in it. Should Savitri therefore follow the Vedic path, not the social, the traditional, not the recent degradation of Sati type, but in its true content? Should she follow the Vedic path and go as Sati with her husband? Let us go back to the passage which we have already dealt with, what we had called the Vishnu-Lakshmi relationship between Satyavan and Savitri. The traditional Puranic depiction of the scene is Vishnu is stretched on his couch, golden couch of the serpent, and Lakshmi is sitting at his feet. That is the image which we have got about Vishnu and Lakshmi. The same thing in a different manner, with a different kind of richness, is what we have about Satyavan and Savitri. That was the love between God and Goddess. Here is the love between two human beings, both incarnate powers, personalities, but having taken the human form. Savitri is facing the moment of Satyavan's death, and she is going through a difficult psychological state. We have already seen that thing, but let us read that particular passage again. All night she woke to the slow, silent hours, brooding on the treasure of his bosom and face, hung o'er the stiff-bound beauty of his brow, or laid a burning cheek upon his feet. Laid her a burning cheek upon his feet. Waking at morn, her lips endlessly clung to his, unwilling ever to separate again, or lose that honeyed drain of lingering joy, unwilling to lose his body from her breast. The warm, inadequate signs that love must use. The warm, inadequate signs of the human lover and beloved. This is what we are here. As I said earlier, this is not at all an erotic picture. It is not even of the kind of Kalidasian Sringara. It is a true psychic relationship in the human form between them two. Now this description, hung o'er the sleep-bound beauty of his brow, or laid a burning cheek upon his feet, the warm, inadequate signs that love must use. We have, at a number of places in Savitri, something which brings out this aspect at various stages of Savitri's, you might say, young life. Maybe we could look into those things again, but basically the point is, throughout Savitri, there is the oneness of this particular description, and that is most fascinating. Shivandu had written the book of Yoga almost towards the end of his presence here, physical presence here. It is not something which one would have seen in his poetry of the Baroda type. In the Baroda period, we have Urvasi, Love and Death, Vasavadutta, where there is abundance of sensuous love and sensuous passion and sensuous beauty and Shringara, all the sensuous. That is not the case here in Savitri. Here we have got a full Siddha Yogi describing this relationship at a different level altogether. And that is what is present in Savitri. Most of the Savitri, the final version of Savitri, the seal which he has put on Savitri belongs to the last 8 or 10 years of his stay here. Savitri, we can say, essentially belongs to the period 1940 to 1950, where the full yogic power of the yogi is in operation in every dynamics, even in the literary field here. And there cannot be anything in that sense vital, sensuous, emotional, passionate, erotic. It is not that element at all which we have to see here. In fact, I would wonder if this relationship is normally not allowed for the spiritual aspirants, for the sadhaks, for the spiritual disciples, then how is it that he is describing it here? What happens to Savitri's yoga if she is kind of engaged in this relationship? Are they compatible with the yogic discipline that is demanded of the aspiring soul? Trying to realize the spiritual values, spiritual truth, spiritual aspects in life. Is that valid here? That is one of the basic questions here. But it is also dismissed immediately on the basis that this description is at a different level of relationship altogether. And that is what is present in other passages of Savitri also. Maybe we can see those passages in some detail and get a clearer, broader idea about the whole thing. We have the meeting of Satyavan and Savitri in the Book of Love. And they are recognized each other's identity. They at once knew who they are and why they have come together, how the God of love had touched them in time that the meeting does take place. When they are recognized their identity, when they are decided to be together in life, then we have the description of what we might call the marriage between Satyavan and Savitri, the marriage of the Lord and his spouse being performed again here on earth. Let us read some of those things again quickly. Savitri fell under the Satyavans, under the spell of Satyavan, and her soul has become very joyous. And the entire beauty of her soul is now seen in the eyes, and therefore the poet takes a very beautiful aspect of the relationship by saying that allured to her lashes by his passionate words, her fathomless soul looked at him from her eyes. The soul is seated deep within, but we see the beauty of her eyes and gets attracted by the beauty of the eye and comes out, allured to her lashes by his passionate words. Her fathomless soul looked at him from her eyes, passing her lips in liquid sounds. It so. O Satyavan, I heard thee, and I know that thou and only thou art he. She has offered herself totally to Satyavan. She gets down from her chariot, from her golden carved chariot, Haimaratham, as Vyasa would say. Then down she came from her high carbon car, descending with a soft and faltering haste. Her many-hued raiment, glistening in the light, hovered a moment over the wind-stirred glass, mixed with the glimmer of her body's ring, like lovely plumage of a settling bird. She gets down from the chariot, picks up the flowers from the forest, and makes a rapid garland. And then a candid garland set with simple forms. Her rapid fingers taught a flower song. This stands at moment of a marriage hymn. A sacrament of joy in treasuring palms. She brought flower symbol of her offered life. Then with raised hands that trembled a little now at the very closeness that her soul desired. This bound the sweetness, their bright union sign, she laid on the bosom coveted by her love. She put the garland around Satyavan's neck. And Satyavan, he bent to her and took into his own their married yearning joined like folded hopes, as if the whole rich world suddenly possessed wedded to all he had been became himself, and inexhaustible joy made his alone. He gathered all Savitri into his clasp. Each now was a part of the other's unity. They were two, but they have become now inseparably one. On the high growing piccola of the day, fate tied a knot with morning's halo threads. In a new act of the drama of the world, the united two began a greater age. In the silence and murmur of that emerald world, and the mutter of the priest-winds, the sacred words, and the choral whisperings of the leaves, love's twain had joined together and grew one. The natural miracle was wrought once more. In the immutable ideal world, one human moment was eternal made. And then finally Savitri says, yes, this is the place where I will stay. I will be happy to be in here. For soon I shall return, nor ever again. Oneness must, Saviour, is recovered bliss. Our fate shudder our lives while life is ours. Oneness must, Saviour, is recovered bliss. They have been together always, life after life. They have come here again and they are simply recovering that oneness once more. We have again an intimate relationship of Satyavan and Savitri, very poetically, very sweetly, very touchingly described in the Book of Death. Death in the forest. Savitri is accompanying Satyavan to the forest, and soon the god of death will arrive on the scene and snatch away the soul of her husband. But here Satyavan says, he recognizes something very great and very beautiful in Savitri, and he tells her, I hold thee for a strong goddess who has come pitying our barren days. So dost thou serve even as a slave might. This is what Savitri was doing in the hermitage. So dost thou serve even as a slave might, yet art thou beyond all that thou doest. Like the strong sun that serves earth from above, so is the strong sun serving the creatures down below here. I hold thee for a strong goddess who has come. Now this is the relationship between Satyavan and Savitri. It is not passionate, vital, human relationship at all. Then again, and he is about to die, he is soliciting Savitri. Please lean down, O soul, my soul, lean down, Savitri, Savitri, "Oh Savitri, lean down and kiss me while I die." And then what happens? And even as her pallid lips pressed his face, because Satyavan was not there now, he could not respond. His face, losing last the sweetness of response, his cheek pressed down her golden arm. She sought his mouth, still with a living mouth, as if she could persuade his soul back with her kiss. Then grew aware they were no more alone. God of death has already arrived on the scene. Yama is standing in front of them, in front of her. So this is again a similar kind of description we have seen earlier. Then, after winning the victory over death, conquering Yama in his own kingdom, Satyavan and Savitri see each other in the living human form. And he is amazed about what had happened, where he had gone, where his spirit had travelled, and how Savitri was following all along. Satyavan's soul has come back, and Savitri, she recognizes it immediately, of course. She pressed the living body of Satyavan on her body's wordless joy to be, and breathe. She bore the blissful burden of his head between her breasts, warm labour of delight. The waking gladness of her members felt the weight of heaven in his limbs. A touch summing the whole felicity of things, and all her life was conscious of his life. That is the wonder. All her life was conscious of his life, and all her being rejoiced, enfolding his. When Satyavan's soul comes back, this is what happens. And then again further down, we have Satyavan was wondering how they had travelled together and what had happened and all that. And he is demanding of Savitri, please let me know what miracle you had done, where were you, how you had won me back. But she replied, our parting was a dream. We are together. We live, O Satyavan. Only our souls had left death's night behind. We have been always together, but now death's night has been left behind. Only our souls have left death's night behind, changed by a mighty dream's reality, illumined by the light of simple worlds and stupendous summit self of things, and stood at Goddess' gaze, limitless, free. Let's see some more passages, a couple of passages. Savitri tells Satyavan, yes, this is the thing. We come back. She clasped his feet by her enshrining here. Now this is again a very powerful description. Heavenly Queen, that is Savitri, consenting to his will, she clasped his feet by her enshrining hair, enveloped in a velvet cloak of love, and answered softly like a murmuring lute, all now is changed, yet all is still the same. Lo, we have looked upon the face of God, our life has opened with divinity. We have borne identity with the Supreme and known His meaning in our mortal lives. Our love has grown greater by that mighty touch and learned its heavenly significance. This is what the death of Satyavan has gifted to her. Learned its heavenly significance. The true significance of love is what she has learned in the sequel of Satyavan's death. Heaven's touch fulfills and learned his heavenly significance, yet nothing is lost of mortal love's delight. We have taken human shape, and that human relationship continues. Nothing is lost in that relationship. Our love has grown greater by that mighty touch and learned, in other words, it has grown greater. It has come down even in the mortal relationship, which was not there earlier, that heavenly love, by the touch of the Supreme, has now entered into the mortal relationship also. And learned its heavenly significance, yet nothing is lost of mortal love's delight. Heaven's touch fulfills, but cancels not our earth. That is the greatness of Satyavan's death. What has it achieved? Yes, heaven's love is great, heaven's qualities are great, heaven's powers, beauty, joy, love, knowledge, whatever you call it, they are great. But they remain great only over there. Satyavan's death now has made it possible that all those greatnesses can enter into the mortal world. Heaven's touch fulfills but cancels not our earth. Our bodies need each other in the same last. Our bodies need each other in the same last. Still in our breast repeat heavenly secret rhythm. Our human heart beats passionately close. So the mortality is fulfilled in its true sense in the death of Satyavan, and is coming back again to the mortal world. And learned its heavenly significance. Heaven's touch fulfills but cancels not our earth. Our bodies need each other in the same last, in the same mold, in the same shape in which things are formed. Our bodies have an identical shape now. It is the shape which is now made in the mold of heaven. Our bodies are the same last now. Until now, in the mortal world, there were differences. From the same elements of the supramental substance, these bodies have been formed, and it is that same last which has now made them one again in a greater, in a more beautiful, in a marvelous way. In the same lust they have been fulfilled in the earth. It is the Super Sankhya of the transcendent which has formed this new body of Satyavan and Savitri. That new mold, new body, that new formation is what has come as a gift from the God of death transformed into the Supreme Lord. In fact, when Savitri was asked by the rishis and all that, what had happened and how this has happened, she replies, Savitri tells, for not for ourselves alone, our spirits came. It is not only for Satyavan Savitri has come, and for Savitri Satyavan has come. Not for ourselves alone, our spirits came. Out of the veil of the unmanifest, out of the deep, immense, unknowable, on the ignorant breast of dubious earth, into the ways of laboring, seeking men, two fires that burn to that parent sun, two rays that travel to the original light, two fires that burn toward the parent sun. It is for that purpose they have come, Satyavan and Savitri. And that is the fulfillment of their presence here, their work here, their yoga, their tapasya, their mission's accomplishment. This is what they have been doing through the ages, and now this has been achieved. Yet the human is there. For not for ourselves alone, our spirits came. That is the crucial thing. To lead man's soul towards truth and God, we are born. To draw the checkered scheme of mortal life into some semblance of the immortal's plan, to shape it closer to an image of God, a little nearer to the idea divine. It is for that purpose we have come. So for a while they stood entwined in the forest, Satyavan and Savitri. So for a while they stood entwined, their kiss and passion-tranced embrace, a meeting point in their commingling spirits, one forever, two-souled, two-bodied, for the joys of time. So they had come to enjoy in time as two individuals, two parts. Then, hand in hand, they left the solemn place, solemn because death had occurred there. Because it is there she won victory over death. Because it is there that the Supreme Lord gave her beautiful boons. The grandest, the most beautiful boon of Krishna and Kali following their return to the earth. Then hand in hand they left that solemn place, full now of mute, unusual memories, to the great distance of the sylvan home, returning slowly to the forest heart. And then finally, Savitri asserts, she was asked by a great tapasvi, by a great rishi, who could be in the Mahabharata story of Vyasa, Rishi Gautama. Rishi Gautama asked Savitri, please let us know what actually happened at the midday in the forest. Something very deep, something luminous, something occult surely took place over there. We had no idea of it. And you are the one who can really tell us all the details. And Savitri replies, awakened to the meaning of my heart, that to feel love and oneness is to live, to feel love and oneness with everyone is to live, and this, the magic of our golden change, is all the truth I know or seek. O sage, O woman soul, Gautama was asking Savitri, O woman soul, what light, what power revealed, working the rapid marvels of this day, opens for us by thee a happier age. It is because of Savitri that a happier age has opened. And what is the magic? What is the cause behind this? And Savitri says, to feel love and oneness is to live. It is that magic key by which this new door has opened. And it is in that love we see the completeness of the love of Satyavan and Savitri. If in his presence she forgot a while, grief filled his absence with its aching touch. She saw the desert of her coming days, imaged in every solitary hour. She saw the desert of her coming days. Although with the vain imaginary bliss of fiery union through death door of escape, she drained of her body robed in funeral flame. She knew she must not clutch that happiness, to die with him and follow, seizing his robe across our other countries, travelers glad into the sweet or terrible beyond. For those sad parents still would need her here to hold the empty remnant of their day. Savitri is facing a tough situation. She is weighing all the possibilities that lie ahead of her in future. She is at a dead end of the road. She does not know where to go, what to do, what is going to happen tomorrow. While she was in the company of Satyavan, she was of course very happy, but his absence filled her heart and body and her soul. It became unbearable also. When he will be no more at all, she does not know what she is going to do, what will be her plight if while leaving his absence, when he has gone to the forest for his daily work, she would constantly remember him and with the aching touch lived a grieving life. She would not know what will happen to her after his death. That is the deadlock, that is the block, that is the dead end of her life she is seeing in front of her. It is a desert life, it is a wasteland, a desert which under the hot sun will even dissolve the shadow of a person. It is under that circumstance, under those conditions, Savitri is psychologically unsettled. So, one of the possibilities she is being in her thought, in her feelings, even possibly in her action, is to go as Sati along with Satyavan's body when it is put on the burning pyre. Although with a vain imaginary bliss, but that itself is an imagination, and the bliss of accompanying him therefore is vain. Although with a vain imaginary bliss of fiery union through death's door of escape, she dreamed of her body robed in funeral flame. She knew she must not clutch that happiness. No, that is not the way for me. Although she imagined that as a possibility of going Satyavan, that is not my way. I cannot adopt that path. I cannot go as Sati. Why? Came and follow, seizing his robe across for other countries, travelers glad into the sweet or terrible beyond. She would not like to be one who take that journey. Why? Because those sad parents, Satyavan's father and mother, old parents, for those sad parents still would need her here. Who take care of those poor souls? Her father-in-law is blind, he cannot move around. Her mother-in-law is pale and frail, she cannot do ordinary common household things at all. Who is going to attend to them if she goes away as Sati? Is that a good option for her? That is what she is thinking of. But then she says, those sad parents still would need her here to help the empty remnant of their day. For whatever short duration they might be living after that, they would need some physical help, some support, somebody to take care of them every day. So here, Savitri is on that basis that her parents-in-law would need her help. She is rejecting the idea of going as Sati. No, I cannot abandon this world and go as Sati. What will happen to these old people? Blind father-in-law, frail mother-in-law. What will happen to them in my absence? And therefore, she says that, no, I cannot go wearing the robe of a Sati and plunging on the fire of his body. She cannot go that. Now there are a few important considerations here. First is the idea of going as sati. Savitri is of course dismissing it because her parents-in-law would need her help. So the idea of going as sati, she is keeping aside, she is dismissing it. But at the same time, there is the ideal behind the satihood. There is some truth, there is some merit, there is some value, some occult relationship between the two, by which the fulfillment, by going as sati, the fulfillment of which is achieved. So there is the ideal behind the act of going as sati. The idea of going as sati no more now exists in the mind of Savitri. But the fact that the poet, the yogi, the social thinker is bringing this concept here in the description, it also means that it is a value. It is not there for nothing. Sati cannot be dismissed. There might have been degradation. The tradition might have got degraded in the course of time, but the ideal of sati is very pure, very flaming, very bright, very acceptable in a deeper occult sense, and that cannot be dismissed. In fact, had it not been so, had there not been any meaning in the ideal of sati, Sri Aurobindo would not have introduced this idea at all in the poem. He values it, and therefore he is introducing that idea in the mind of Savitri. The ideal is perfect, has a truth in it, and it has to be weighed in its proper sense. Now, what is sati? Well, the physical act is the wife throws herself into the flames of the burning body of her husband. She is fearless, she has made a determination, she weighs no pros and cons. For her, there is a complete identification with her Lord, and she plunges into the flame of the burning body. That is the act of sati. Well, the deeper meaning is, the word sati itself is very weighty, has deep significance in it. Sati is a feminine of sat, or truth. One who gives himself totally to the truth in every respect, in his body, in his thoughts, in his mind, in his emotions, in his feelings, in his actions, in every respect, who commits himself to truth, he is sati. It is not an ideal only for women, although the word sati is basically a feminine word. So, it is giving one's life, one's entire existence in every respect to the truth of life. That is what Sati means. And Savitri sees even in this act a oneness of her soul with the soul of her husband, or Satyavan. See, Satyavan, Sati, they are really interrelated. The Sanskrit language is rich in its roots and connections. Satyavan, Savitri going as Sati, they are therefore interrelated. They are not dissimilar at all. Savitri. The question is whether she go as Sati by burning her body or by an occult action. These are perhaps two different things. Here, Savitri is still a human Savitri, and therefore for her, burning her body is an immediate connotation. Psychologically, she will definitely sacrifice everything of hers in an occult way and give everything of hers to her husband, Satyavan. Her being, her will, her action, her idea, her thought, her knowledge, everything will get purified in that flame. There is no doubt about it. But here she has to perform a physical act, and Savitri is keeping it aside. She is ruling out that option totally. That is an important thing. Why? Because sad old parents will still need her. She is required for that purpose. Well, again, a question might arise. Is love for her husband less than her love for her parents-in-law? She is considering her commitment towards the parents-in-law more important than towards her husband. Is that the way Savitri would look at things? That is the question. For her, definitely Satyavan is more important. And parents-in-law, the whole world, the entire creation around, would not have any value to her at all, strictly speaking, you see. But still she says here, look, these parents need me. Now it is not for the sake of these parents alone in that sense that Savitri is dismissing the idea of going as Sati. She also knows that her husband loved these parents very much, very well. In that sense, serving them is fulfilling the unfulfilled desire of her husband himself, of Satyavan. Satyavan loves his parents, so Savitri is in a certain sense committed to love them because of him and not necessarily because of themselves. That is the thing behind it, you see. And that could be really one way of looking at this idea of her keeping aside the act of Sati. But there are still more important considerations. If Savitri goes as Sati, it would mean again that the mission of her life for which she had taken this birth would remain unfulfilled. How can that be? That is there deep in her soul. How can I abandon this world? It is not for the sake of just love of her parents-in-law, to serve them, not just for the sake of fulfilling the tradition of going as sati. She has a work to do here. She was born here. She was compelled to take a mortal birth for a certain purpose. What happens to that purpose? Can she therefore accept death and go away like that? That would mean the defeat. That would mean the divine intention by which she had taken birth is kept aside. The divine sanction is there. Savitri, you must go there. You must conquer death. You cannot follow death. You have to conquer death. And it is that consideration which overweighs in her mind, in her soul, in our thoughts, even in her emotions. Although she is charged with love for her husband and for all that her husband loves, including his parents, all that. Those sad parents still would need her here to help the empty remnant of their day, not for their own sake, perhaps so much, but for the sake of Satyavan. He would wish her, Savitri, please stay back and attend to my parents. To fulfill that wish, he would rule out the possibility of going as sati. There is no doubt about that. Now, Savitri is talking here about her parents-in-law, that they will need her. There is another way of looking at it. It is not only just a question of those old people, but it is also the question of the oneness Savitri has with this entire creation. It is in that oneness that she accepts and does whatever has to be done. That is the important consideration here. Now we have at every place in Savitri, wherever this question arises, the question of oneness. Savitri is facing the Supreme Lord Himself in the transcendent. Satyavan has right. She follows Yama. She defeats Yama. Behind him, she sees the transcendental Purusha. Yama transferred into the transcendental Purusha. He offers her boon after boon to Savitri. The Supreme Purusha offers her boon after boon. He offers her 4 boons. And one of the boons is very distinct. First he offers her, accept, O music, very nice of thy notes, O stream, wide breaking of thy channel banks. And Savitri replies, thy peace, O Lord, a boon within to keep amid the roar and ruin of wild time, for the magnificent soul of man and earth. Her boon, her asking for the boon, her receiving the boon is for whom? For the magnificent soul of man and earth. She does not want anything for herself at all. Again, second time, Savitri says, Thy oneness, Lord, in many approaching hearts, my sweet infinity of thy numberless souls, for man and earth, then for oneness with the entire creation here. And then Savitri says, Thy energy, Lord, to seize on woman and man, to take all things and creatures in their grief and gather them into a mother's arm. That is what I want your energy for. That the grief of man and woman is removed from this creation. Thy energy, Lord, to seize on woman and man, to take all things and creatures in the grave and gather them into a mother's arms. And finally, she says, Thy embrace, which rend the living knot of pain. I want your embrace for what? To remove this pain. Thy embrace, which rend the living knot of pain. Thy joy, O Lord, in which all creatures breathe. Thy magic flowing waters of deep love. Thy sweetness give to me for earth and men. She is insistent upon that. She does not want anything for herself. Whatever she wants, even from the Supreme, is not for herself, not even for Satyavan, but for earth and men. That is her demand. And therefore when she says, those sad parents still would need her here to help the empty remnants of their day. It is for earth and men. This is a metaphorical way of putting this entire creation, earth and men, in terms of those sad parents. Sad parents symbolize, indicate, personify, so to say, this entire creation, this mortal creation, man and earth. And it is for them, whatever she wants, it is for them she wants. Therefore, it is because of that she throws away the idea of going as sati. Savitri would not go as sati for that particular reason. It is for this creation. That is her mission. That is the purpose for which she had taken this birth. And how can she go away from this creation? Now, it is in that context we have to see the meaning of sati and understand its implications. As I said earlier, the idea of sati is very ancient. It is present even in the Vedas, certainly present in the Puranas, present in the Mahabharata, present even in the Ramayana, the idea of sati. See, in the Ramayana, Indrajit, the son of Ravana, when he was killed by Lakshman, then his wife Sulochana went as sati. That was the oneness. There was something great even in those asuras. She went as sati, Indrajit's wife. In Mahabharata, we of course had the famous story of Pandu and Madri. When Pandu the father of the Pandavas, he died. It is Madri who went as Sati. Pandu had two wives, Kunti and Madri. Madri went as Sati. Kunti stayed back to take care of her children. 5 Pandavas who were received by her as gifts from 5 gods. So the heavenly powers had taken a human birth in the form of Pandavas, and those gods, assuming the human birth, had to fight against the Asuric forces which were raging in the world at the time. So the Mahabharata war is actually the war between the right and the wrong, and the right could triumph because the gods themselves had taken the human birth. And of course, more importantly, the Lord himself, Krishna himself, was on their side. Madri had gone as Sati. So there is a deeper tradition of Sati. Had that not been the meaning and content of Sati, Sri would not have introduced this idea of Sati in the epic at this particular stage. As I said earlier, the tale of Savitri, or rather Satyavan and Savitri, is a Vedic tale. And if the tale has that Vedic significance, it is sort of natural that that is also incorporated in the epic Savitri by the yogis here, because it has a true content in it. Savitri is dismissing here the idea of going as Sati because she has a work to do. The oneness with this creation is what will hold her back to this creation. She would not go away from this creation for that particular reason. Madri could go, Sulochana could go, others could go for various reasons. But Savitri cannot go. It will be a failure of her taking a birth here. So last time we have seen a particular aspect of Savitri looking into the possibility of going as Sati in the death of Satyavan. But she immediately rules that out, the possibility. She would not like to go as Sati because she sees the necessity of a presence here to help the elderly parents of Satyavan. They would need help, and she cannot just walk away from the scene. Well, this may look to be a very simplistic picture or a whole thing of Sati idea and of withdrawing from that action by Savitri. The reason which is indicated here that her old parents-in-law would need her. But as we have seen last time, actually there is a truth in the very ideal of Satihood. It is not there for nothing, and Sri Aurobindo would not have introduced that aspect into his Savitri had there not been any significance attached to the Sati ideal. The other consideration is of course also there. Savitri's old parents-in-law needed her. In fact, this is indicative of a oneness with the entire creation. The parents-in-law stand for the entire world here, helpless, unable to do things in this world, seeking support from young people. This is indicative of the necessity of the incarnate power to come and give them help. It is not just an idea, it is not just a symbol, it is not just a metaphor. It is a spiritual identity of Savitri with this entire creation that is epitomized in the statement of hers that her parents-in-law would leave her. That is the real meaning of it. And all along our mission has been to do whatever she has to do as the incarnate Shakti for the good of this creation, for the good of earth and men. That is Savitri's mission. So earth and men are epitomized here in the figures of Satyavan's parents. Now regarding the ideal of Satihood, as I said last time, Sati is a feminine of the word Sat, truth. And she going as Sati would mean she is dedicating herself totally to the ideal of truth, of oneness with the lover. That is the important thing. Oneness with the lover in whether it is in life or in death. That should not make any distinction for her. It should not separate these two for her. It is the oneness between the lover and the beloved that is identified in the ideal of Sati. There is also an occult connotation behind that. When the living soul accompanies the soul which has ceased to be, then it provides him the occult support in his onward journey. He does not go alone then. She is there as Shakti accompanying the spirit of the deceased. And it is that which is very valuable. And Sati ideal has a meaning from that point of view. In fact, as I said earlier also, this ideal of Satihood is a Vedic ideal. It has been there in the Vedas. It has been followed in the traditions. It is there in the Ramayana. It is there in the Mahabharata. It is there in the Purana also. And it is there in Savitri for a certain purpose. Sri Aurobindo would not otherwise introduce that thing into Savitri had it not had that significance, that importance, that bearing, that occult connotation, the power which accompanies the Sati process. The only question which one might ask is, all right, the husband dies and the wife goes as Sati because there is an occult support for him and it is provided by the wife. Would that also not mean that suppose the wife dies first, will the husband go as Sati? Strictly speaking, it should happen. It should happen. But nowhere in the scriptural literature we have a mention of a husband going as Sati with a dead wife. The reason is perhaps of a different type. The connotation is of a different type. It is the power of the womanhood which is important here. It is not the power of Purusha but the power of Ishwari, of Prakriti, of Shakti, which is what really helps the deceased on the way after his death. And that power is used. So even if a husband would go as sati, I don't know whether he would be really that effective as a woman going as sati in that sense. So there is a difference. The other, of course, point is, in the case of a woman, there is a psychic spontaneity in the whole action. She is doing it from the depth of her heart, which is not so much always there in man. And therefore, it cannot carry that power at all in that sense. So the sati ideal is therefore more connected with the wife than with the husband, accompanying the dead person. Now, the truth of satihood is there, and even as late as a couple of centuries ago, Madhvacharya, he asserted the value of satihood in India, in the Indian tradition. He asserted that there is a meaning to satihood. But unfortunately, the ideal of satihood applicable for a soul relationship is not always present in human relationship. Most of the time, in fact 99.9999, whatever you call it, the relation between husband and wife is a physical relationship. It is not a soul relationship at all. And therefore, when in social systems, social customs, social traditions, sati is imposed upon the woman, it becomes an oppression, it becomes a degradation, it loses this true significance of it. And that is exactly what happened during the course of history in India. The true ideal of satihood is only for those who have spiritually developed, who have acquired occult powers in them, not for common man and woman. So, imposing the condition of satihood on a woman when her husband dies is a degradation of satihood. And that has to go away. Last time I told you, Madri went to sati with Pandu in the Mahabharata. Now, there is something deep in that, and it was accepted. But later, in the traditions, it became an imposition, a rule, a social custom. And whether a young girl would like it or not, all her relatives and the entire society would force her to go as sati. That is the degradation, and that has no value at all. That must be stopped. In fact, when Alexander the Great invaded India about 300 BC, roughly 2300 years ago, one of the learned persons who had accompanied him, he has recorded the traditions of satihood in India, and he says that satihood was practiced in Takshila in those days, and there was a degree of spontaneity in the action. No woman was forced to go as sati. She volunteered. She went of her own as sati with the dead husband. It is also recorded during the Maurya period, about 480 or so. They are on record, satihood and all that. But these rulers were also cautious, but also particular that no woman is forced by her relatives and the members of the society to go as sati. It should be a voluntary act on her part. That was the tradition. Later it became more rigid and the women were forced to go as sati. During the Mahomedan period, Sultanate regime from 1200 to 1500 AD, they had passed a rule of no woman going as sati without official permission. That made the rule in that. Well, in a certain sense it was good. Akbar the Great, he had also passed a rule to the same effect. No woman would go as sati without official permission. Sati rule was banned. Yet, sati system continued till recent times. During Alaram Mohan Roy, it was very prevalent in Bengal. Any widow, young widow or elderly widow, it didn't matter. She had to go as sati with a dead husband. It was he who brought the reformation and stopped satihood in Bengal in around 1850 or so. It was banned. In fact, in Rajasthan, the act of doing a satihood continued till 1985, 1987. Only then, at that time, around that time, the rule was passed that no woman will go as sati. In 1987, till recent time. Well, political systems, the kings, imposing this condition is a good sign because the decreed system has no value at all and somebody has to stop it. The only person who can stop it is the power and authority. You only can do that thing. Social system, our system is a decreed system. In fact, at one place, Guru says that the Hindu house is in half ruins. This imposition of sati on women is a part of that half ruined house. It has no value. It has to go away. It cannot save at all. So, that was necessity. And it is good that even the Muslims had imposed this condition on the Hindus. But also, there is another side of women as doing sati. We have the famous Jauhar in Rajasthan. When the Muslims invaded the country or conquered the kingdom and massacred the soldiers, most of the women voluntarily went to sati in Rajasthan. They immolated themselves on the burning fire so that they are not caught by the Muslims and spoiled, deformed, misused, abused. This kind of a thing would not happen for them. And in that sense, there is something very noble about this large number of women doing the sati at Jauhar in the traditions of Rajasthan. Earlier, at the end of the Vijayanagar Empire, Ramaraya, he was defeated by the confederation of Muslim states in the south, and the whole empire collapsed Hampi was in ruins at that time. But the firm roots of noble Hinduism were present in the souls of the society. And a very large number of women, after the battle of Talikota, went as sati, sacrificed themselves because they would not like to be captured and misused by the Muslim conquerors. They went as sati. Now, that is a part of karma which is accumulated on the positive side of the society, and that is what makes it more valuable. It gives a value, nobility, significance, a kind of a dynamism in the society. So that aspect of sati is perfectly alright. It is a volunteering act for a noble cause, is sati. But forcing a woman to go as sati, that is a terrible degradation, and that is not acceptable at all. So, when Savitri is thinking of going as sati, she is going as sati in the nobility of the satihood. In that sense, she is not forced by anybody at all. She did not go at all. She would not be forced by anybody at all. And she is a woman who will not be coerced, cannot be coerced, will not obey if there is something against her will. Savitri is always firm in her will, and whatever she decides, that she will perform. She will act according to that. So that is the ideal of satihood, which is being kind of touched upon en passant in Savitri. In fact, describing social themes, describing philosophical themes, describing religious themes, poetic themes, themes of various kinds, is the aspect of the richness of an epic. Epic comprises all these dimensions, and it touches upon in a very crucial way on every aspect of this relationship, of this life in which we live. And that is what really makes Srimati Savitri also very powerful, very rich, very comprehensive, very absorbing, very educative in terms of social organization, very significant in terms of guidelines. And it is that which we don't normally understand when we approach Savitri, read Savitri, study Savitri. These are necessary things. Social reflections are there, and they have to be caught and explored and implemented. In other words, so to say, everything is present in Savitri. Our task is to have applied Savitri. We have to prepare ourselves to understand, grasp, go into the depth of Savitri and apply it in life, in social systems, in organization, in our workings, in our thought, in our feelings, in our actions. It has to be applied. That is what is necessary for us to do when we take up Savitri. Of course, it is the help for spiritual growth, for the transformative power it has down to the physical. But that does not mean that Savitri does not have other elements present in it. They are there in the full richness and the power and in their efficacy. So let us read a couple of lines in that context and see what we have here. Often it seemed to her the age's pain had pressed the quintessence into her single woe, concentrating in her a tortured world. In a single woe, its quintessence is brought, is condensed, the pain, the anguish, the suffering, the torture of the whole creation. Savitri's woe is so vast, so deep, so intense that it has absorbed every element of anguish of this creation into it. And therefore, if she can resolve that thing in her soul, it will be automatically be resolving even in the world. It is that power. She has absorbed the entire woe in her woe. And if she can eliminate that woe from her soul, it means that that woe is removed from this entire world. That is what Savitri is up to. Often it seemed to her the ages pain, not today's, tomorrow's, yesterday's, but of ages, we, all the things we have been suffering. This transient and sorrowful world, anityam, asukham, painful world, all those things are here, and she has gathered the entire creation's pain in her pain. So if that pain in her can be removed, it means automatically the pain of the world will also disappear. Had pressed the quintessence into a single woe, concentrating in her a tortured world. Thus, in the silent chamber of her soul, cloistering her love to live with secret grief, she dwelt like a dumb priest with hidden gods, unappeased by the wordless offering of her days, lifting to them a sorrow like frankincense, her life the altar, herself the sacrifice. So what is she doing? What is she going to do now? She will pick up the pain which is there in her soul, in her heart, and lit the yajna fire and put that pain, that yajna fire, that it is purified, it is dissolved, that it disappears. She is becoming a priestess. She is going to perform a sacrifice. She is going to light the yajna and put the pain in that fire. How? In the silent chamber of her soul. That is the most important thing. She will not be disturbed by pain and grief, not even by the thought of the death of her husband. She is tortured, she is anguished, she is not in know of how she is going to tackle the moment of death. She has no idea, no hint of it. But within, in a silent self, in her soul deep within, she sits there, and in the silent chamber of her soul, cloistering her love, closing up her love, to live with secret grief, not only her grief, but the grief of the entire world. It is that which is gathered in her grief. Secret grief also means secret because she only knows. Her husband has no idea about her grief. Satyavan has no idea why Savitri could be sorrowful. Her parents-in-law have no idea. The rishis in the forest, they have no hint that Savitri must be harboring in her soul some grief. Therefore, it is a secret grief also on an individual level. It is also a grief which is deeply hidden in the creation, which is not known to us. It is that which is gathered by her in her grief. Cloistering her love to live with secret grief, she dwelt like a dumb priest with hidden gods. The gods are standing there, and she is standing in front of them like a priestess to worship them with all the grief gathered in her soul. Now, who are these hidden gods? Well, unappeased by the wordless offering her days, these gods, they are not satisfied by her daily offerings. She is praying, she is pleading, she is weeping, She is offering her tears to them, but they are not satisfied. They remain unappeased. Unappeased with the wordless offering of her days, lifting to them her sorrow like frankincense, like frankincense. Dhoop, the way in which you burn dhoop, and it rises. It is in that manner that she is putting her sorrow in the fire that it may rise and please these gods, but these gods are not pleased. They remain adamant. The secret gods, the hidden gods, they remain adamant. They demand their own price. Without that, there is no help of it. Her life, the altar, she has made her own life the Yajna Kunda. Herself the sacrifice, Yajna. Her life has become the Yajna Kunda. She herself has become the Yajna fire. And in that fire she is offering her sorrow like frankincense, like dhoop burning and going up there, frankincense. Frankincense, dhoop, that is the gum from a tree, whitish in color, and it is a fragrance also, beautiful fragrance. Now frankincense is having to some extent the Christian connotation also. When Christ was born and when the three wise men came to know about the birth of the Son of God, they went to the place where he was born and they offered him the precious gifts. These three wise men, Magi, they went to the place where he was born, the manger, and offered him three gifts. The gift of frankincense, mahi, gold, dhoop, gogul, as you call it, gogul, and gold, sona. These are the three precious gifts of the religious tradition, most valuable in the tradition, and that is the best you can offer to God. Savitri is offering such a best thing, frankincense of her life, and the Yajna fire. Frankincense is mentioned in Saint Matthew, is mentioned also Saint Luke. It has a traditional biblical significance. To some extent, the description which we have here has that element in it, the Christian element Sri Aurobindo has introduced here. But at the same time, it is applicable to the Yajna system we have in India. In India, we normally don't put dhoop or gold in the Yajna. We put sandalwood. We put ghee, purified, sanctified ghee. We put that ghee. We put other ahutis in the Yajna, not frankincense. So in that sense, frankincense has more a connotation of a Christian tradition. Let us read that passage again. Thus, in the silent chamber of her soul, cloistering her love to live with secret grief, she dwelt like a dumb priest with hidden gods, unappeased with the wordless offering of her days, lifting to them a sorrow like frankincense, her life the altar, herself the sacrifice. This is a very powerful description, very rich, very elaborate in details, conveying so many aspects of spiritual philosophy, of occult knowledge in a few lines, just 6 lines. Everything is kind of presented so swiftly, so suggestively, so concretely also, with all the deep upward connotation. Now here the phrase, she dwelt like a dumb priest. Savitri is a dumb priest. Why dumb? Because she is helpless. She has become speechless. She doesn't know what to do. The grief is there. Tomorrow my husband could die. And she has no idea of what she is going to do. She does not even know how to pray to the gods. She is going to offer her life to them, but she has no idea how to pray to them. And who are these gods? These hidden gods. These are the powers of the inconscience which are standing in front of her. Evil, falsehood, death, ignorance, suffering, misery. These are the powers, these are the hidden gods of this creation rising from the inconscience. And Savitri is going to be facing them. She is making her life a sacrifice in front of them. And she does not know whether they will be satisfied by the sacrifice. But the point is, in a spiritual occult, action, she has already come to the stage. She is facing all those hidden gods in front of her, and she has to make a sacrifice. Yes, she is going to make a sacrifice. She is not going to go ascetic. She is going to meet them face to face, take the challenge, and see that they are good there. Her life, the altar, herself is sacrifice. Only when the Supreme Incarnate Shakti makes such a sacrifice can these gods, these hidden gods, these powers rising from the inconscience can be conquered, can be subdued at least. It is that stage to which Savitri has already arrived without doing yoga. Her yoga is yet to start, in fact. Her yoga is yet to start. She is simply weighing the pros and cons of going sati, this thing, that thing, and whatnot and whatnot. But she has already come. Look, all these gods are standing here, and what am I going to do? She has no idea of that. What am I going to do? That knowledge will come to her when she sets herself on the yoga. She will be guided to do this by the Supreme Guide. She will follow that path, and then, until then, she is dumb, she is mute, she is helpless. She is simply doing it as a part of certain psychological elements which are already present in her, and therefore they are standing there in front of her, lifting to them a sorrow like frankincense. See what a beautiful thing. The sorrow itself has become a frankincense. It doesn't happen normally. She had a power to purify, to make it glorious, even the sorrow. That is the power of the Shakti. When she is weeping, when she is crying, even the sorrow can become so powerful, so beautiful, so holy, so sacred, so serene, so acceptable. That is the power of the Shakti doing her actions here. Now, we have, well, let us see something which is very important in this connection. Maybe we can see that quickly. See, this element, unappeased with the wordless offering of her days, unappeased, these gods, the hidden powers, have remained unhappy. This we are seeing here in Book 7, Canto 1, almost toward the end of the book. But the yogi poet has already introduced this particular element in the first canto itself, the book of beginning, the Simba Dawn. And we can see the connection between this and what is presented in the Simba Dawn in a very brief manner. Page 11. Savitri is weighing pros and cons, whether to do this, to do that, what not. And then what happens here? All came back to her. The moment of decision is that everything comes back to her. She is suddenly becoming aware of what she is supposed to do. All earth and love and death is standing in front of her. Yes, I am here for the earth. Yes, I am here to do the will of God. Yes, I am here to conquer death. Death who is standing across the path of the divine event. Death who is standing as an obstacle in the supramental manifestation. It is that which has to go away. So all has suddenly come back to her when she is grieving in the presence of Satyavan in the hermitage. All came back to her, earth and love and doom, the ancient disputants, they are the ones who are calling. The soul of the earth, death establishing its law of mortality on the earth, and love trying to get out of it so that the divine manifestation becomes possible. He becomes free of death. Only when love is free of death, that a divine manifestation becomes possible. All came back to her, earth and love and doom. The ancient disputants encircled her, like giant figures wrestling in the night. The goddess from the dim inconscient born. See here, the goddess from the dim inconscient born, the hidden gods, what we have seen here. The hidden gods is what we have got in the book of Yoga here. And here it says, the goddess from the dim inconscient born. It is they who are now appearing in front of Savitri when she is grieving and she does not know what to do. She is making her life a sacrifice, but she is not in a position to what further action she has to go. The goddess from the dim inconscient born awoke to struggle and a pang divine. She has a pang. It is not her personal pang. It is not a human pang. It is not the pang of Savitri. It is not the pang of yours or mine, of man, of the small creature here. It is the pang divine. It is the divine himself who is feeling the pain of this condition, of this state. And it is that pang, that divine pang, which has now sort of awakened in her soul. And therefore, awoke the struggle and the pang divine and the shadow of her flaming heart at the somber center of the dire debate, a guardian of the unconsoled abyss. He, the one who is guarding this inconscience, this abysm of night, it is that guardian who is standing there. Savitri is facing him. A guardian of the unconsoled abyss, inheriting the long agony of the globe, of this entire creation, of the universe. It is he who has inherited the agony of this creation, and it is he who is standing in front of us. A guardian of the unconsoled abyss, inheriting the long agony of the globe, a stone still figure is mute, calm, immovable, like a stone statue, firm, fixed, huge statue, standing across the path of divine way. It is he who is standing there. Stone still figure of high and godlike pain. Pain is personified here. P is capital. It is that pain, divine pain, the godlike pain, who has personified himself, is standing like a statue in front of Savitri. Savitri has to meet him. And it is that statue, Savitri is offering her arghya, her ahutis, her every bit of emotion. But he remains unappeased. He is not satisfied at all. with all her offerings. What else does he want? She has no idea of that. Why is he not satisfied? What else does he want? A stone still figure of high and godlike pain stared into space with fixed, regardless eyes. They saw grief's timeless depths, but not life's goal. That pain sees the age-old grief, why it is there and all that thing. But it has no knowledge what is the goal of this life. He is standing there mute, calm, firm, staring into all these things. He will not allow any traveler to cross him unless he is answered by this question. Why? What is the goal of life? Unless somebody answers that, we will not allow him to move forward. He is standing there. Now it is Savitri who is going to answer him. Yes, this is the aim of life. I am here to achieve this aim. I am here to see that all that stands in the way of achieving this aim is removed. That is what Savitri is going to do. Let us see if we can go to the last few lines of the canto. Savitri has already arrived at a crucial point about what kind of course of action she should take to meet a future event. She was helpless. She could not find any way to tackle the issue which was posing her. Finally, she makes her life itself an altar, and on that altar she offers herself fully as a sacrifice. Her life is a yajna kunda, and the fire which is lit in the yajna kunda is herself. That is the great tradition, the Vedic tradition of getting a solution, getting an answer by doing a yajna. Savitri is already performing a great yajna of her life and sacrificing herself totally to the flames rising from the fire there. In a certain sense, this itself is an act of going as sati. She is already offering herself to the fire. It is itself an act of going as sati in advance, not with the dead body of her husband, but when he is still living, breathing, with whom he can still talk around. Actually, this yajna is also something which the Vedic rishis always performed to get answers to their spiritual quest, to their occult difficulties, to solve them. That is what they always did. The story of Sati itself is linked up with that yajna. Dakshayani, the daughter of Daksha, whose son-in-law was Shiva himself. When Daksha performed yajna, he invited all the gods and all the great rishis for the yajna. But he did not invite Shiva. his son-in-law. Sati felt insulted, Dakshayani felt insulted. She went to her father's place and lit a yajna herself and plunged into it. That is the Satihood. She had already performed that act. And out of that then arose Sati in another form as Gauri, young girl, golden, beautiful, who of course then became Parvati. She was spouse, and it is to the union of Parvati and Shiva that Kumar Kartikeyan was born. It is in the birth of Kartikeyan that the death of the Asura, Tarakeshwara, was destined. It was fixed in that. So, Savitri's yajna is also something akin to that. She is already plunging herself into the yajna, and the power she will get from that, using that power, she will conquer death. It is not the question of Tarakeshwara, Asura. It is the question of death of Yama himself, who will be dealt with by Savitri. So in a sense, Savitri has already performed the act of going as Sati. And the reward of that act will be eventually to make the divine power, the transcendental Mahashakti, come down and sit in her soul. That is already assured by this thing. She is offering her life. She has made it an altar. She has built the Yajna Kunda of her life, and she is now plunging into the flames. Well, the act is done, but still human Savitri is yet human, and she has to meet all the contingencies of human nature. She has now started doing her yoga, and it is towards that now the yogic poet is leading the story, the narrative of Savitri here. Yet ever they grow into each other more. Yet ever they grow into each other more. In spite of this anguish, this separation of Savitri offering herself into the flame, perhaps because of that, Satyavan and Savitri came closer and closer together. The grief, the separation, what is going to happen next day, that is not going to disturb anymore Savitri now. Yet ever they grew into each other more and more, until it seemed no power could rend them apart. Since even the body's walls could not divide, they are two bodies. But there is the oneness, the intrinsic oneness of Satyavan and Savitri, where there cannot be a separation due to the two bodies. There is a oneness. So when Satyavan goes to the forest, the spirit of Savitri, the subtle Sharira of Savitri, in her subtle body, Sukshma Sharira, she is all the while accompanying Satyavan in a similar manner, the subtle presence of Satyavan is always there with Savitri. Since even the body's walls could not divide, Sukshma Sharira, Sukshma Deha has already become one. They are fused into each other. For when he wandered in the forest, Satyavan would go for work to the forest, and he would go in the forest from place to place. Or when he wandered in the forest, oft her conscious spirit walked with him. She was present always along with him, walked with him and knew his actions as if in herself she moved. Her subtle body became so vast, had surrounded the whole place, has become the forest itself through which he was now walking. His actions as if in herself he moved. Savitri is aware of it, but Satyavan, he, less aware, trailed with her from afar. He is in the forest, Savitri is in the hermitage. Yet his consciousness, his subtle body is directly in contact with Savitri even. So for when he wandered, since even the body's walls could not divide, this is the example he is giving by way of illustration. He, less aware, trailed with her from afar. Always the stature of her passion grew. Grief, fear became the food of mighty lover, of mighty love. In fact, whatever was there, that sorrow, that anguish, that anxiety, that pain, that itself became food for love. The more intense became the grief, the more intense grew her love. And in that oneness, in the subtle physical of the two, it grew, get brighter. He, less aware, trailed with her from afar. Always the stature of her passion grew. Grief, fear became the food of mighty love. Increased by its torment, it filled the whole world. Again, it is the power of Yajna Savitri has done. She has offered her life to the fire of love. And in that power, what happened? Increased by its torment, the torment of love. That love will be no more there in its gross physical. It is that which is tormenting her. Increased by its torment, it filled the whole world. It is no more now the love only for Satyavan. The entire world is embraced by her in that love. Increased by its torment, it filled the whole world. It was all her life, became her whole earth and heaven. Although life born, an infant are the hours. Immortal it walked, unslavable as the gods. That love has become already immortal. It is an infant in the reckoning of the earth's possibilities. But that love is unslayable. Not even death can kill it. Unslayable as the gods. It has the quality of immortality of the gods themselves. Her spirit, stretched, measureless in strength and divine. a spirit stretched measureless in strength divine, and annually for the blows of fate and time, or tired of sorrow's passionate rosary, grief's self became calm, delight, resolute, awaiting some issue of his fiery struggle, some deed in which it might forever cease, victorious over itself and death and tears. Savitri has already attained a yogic poise. She is there to receive the blows of fate and time. Fate is waiting at the doorsteps. Time is arriving with the speed of light. And Savitri is there to bear the blows of fate and time. But her sorrow itself becomes a passionate luxury. She cannot afford now anymore to keep on grieving. She is not now in a state to grieve. Most of the time in human life, when the grief is intense, you cannot bear it, you cannot express it. What happens? You just remain calm, unspoken. You don't utter a word at all. Your friends, your relatives, everybody that are around, but your grief is so powerful, so strong, you remain calm. It has become so intense. It happens in human life. But in the case of Savitri, it is not she who has become calm. It is the very self of grief who has become calm. The personified grief. Grief as a person standing in front of him or in front of her. It is he who has become calm. The personification of grief. And he becoming calm. That is an occult yogic thing which has happened in the case of Savitri. It does not happen in the case of a common human individual. You cry, you weep, you shout, you beat your breast or head or whatever, and then you fall silent. It is tamasic silence. That grief falling calm is tamasic silence. Inert calm. It has not a spiritual quality. In the case of Savitri, the entire grief itself has become, so to say, luminous, bright, desirable, calm. There is an intensity of Shanti which got now condensed in that person of grief, in the case of Savitri. Grief still became calm, delight, resolute, awaiting some issue of his fiery struggle. Yes, grief is now standing like a rishi, like a calm mountain or whatever you call it, and awaiting what time and fate are going to do with him. Some deed in which it might forever cease. It is expecting now that this will be all over. Victorious over itself and death and tears. The calm of that grief is so intense, so powerful, so vast also, that even death itself will be subdued by him. Death is not going to touch that grief. Now that is really the great thing which Savitri has already achieved in an occult yogic sense. Some deed in which it might forever cease, victorious over itself and death and tears. The moment the grief's self becomes calm, it means that now Savitri is poised to launch herself on the path of yoga. The preparatory stage has already arrived, has been done, has been accomplished, the preparation is there already. And Savitri now can, with that, begin. Grief is not going to disturb her at all. It is out of her way totally. That she can now pursue fully, undisturbed by anything. Her yoga. A single aim to gather the power of Mahashakti in her soul and then meet death. That is what is now going to happen in the case of Savitri when she is going to undertake the yoga. So, she is going back and forth, swaying this way, that way, weighing all the possibilities to do this or to do that. All that has now been dismissed, and the entire issue is gathered in the person of grief, who is calm like a luminous statue. Grief self became calm, delight, resolute, awaiting some issue of his fiery struggle, some deed in which it might forever see victorious over itself and death and tears. Yes, the ground is ready now for Savitri to do yoga. Therefore, the poet is telling us the year is over, last few days are remaining, and the moment of Satyavan's death will be arriving shortly. So he says, the year now passed upon the brink of change, with the grief self becoming calm, and the possibility of change now undergoing with Savitri. Now that is the psychological, that is the spiritual change which is indicated here, but he is now expressing it in the nature of a metaphor of the season, of the things that are happening in the ground. The year now passed upon the brink of change. No more the storm sailed with stupendous wings and thunderstruck wrath across the world. No more there was storm, no more was that thunder. And still was heard a muttering in the sky, and rain dripped wearily, as it died, wearily through the mournful air, and grey slow drifting clouds shut in the earth. The entire earth is now enclosed by the slow drifting clouds. That is the description of the season. That is the end of the union between Satyavan and Savitri. The moment of death is arriving shortly, and therefore he has strictly changed the metaphor from the life of Savitri of the ending of the season. The season itself, the year itself, is the body of man. The year itself is the body of man. At the end of the year, man has to give up his body. Satyavan, at the end of the year, after marriage with Savitri, has to abandon his body so that a new season, new cycle of life can begin with it. and grey, slow drifting cloud shut in the earth is enclosed with clouds. In the same manner, so her grieves heavy sky. See the grey cloud, the heavy sky. The similarity, the metaphorical connotations are very distinct, and the poet has brought them out in a most vivid manner, the comparison of the two. So her griefs, heavy sky, shut in her heart. The sky itself has enclosed the heart of Savitri. It is now in her fold, it is in its fold. A still self hid behind, but gave no light. Yes, she is shut in by the sky, but she has no idea now what to do next. The still self within her has kept hidden this message from her. The still self behind he hid behind the sky of grief, but gave no light, no indication. No voice came down from the forgotten heights. Savitri knows that she has come from superior domain, superior world, superior realm. From those heights, she was kind of expecting some answer. She was kind of expecting some message. Now Savitri, do this, do that. But everything is kept hidden from her, sealed from her. A still self hid behind, but gave no light. No voice came down from the forgotten heights. Only in the privacy of his growing pain, her human heart spoke to the bodies of fate. So what is happening? Our inner soul, our inner being has no idea what to do next. Only the exterior self of Savitri is responding to the body's fate. Only in the privacy of his growing pain, her human heart spoke to the body's fate. It is human heart speaking to human body. That is all which is now existing. But what has happened within her, everything is kept back from her. The grief self has become calm. She is expecting some voice to come down from above. It is not reaching yet. Forgotten height. She knows that she has come from somewhere else, from some high place, and she wants some command to come from that, so that she can proceed onward. Nothing is happening. Now, the year now passed upon the brink of change. That is how the canto is ending. First canto of the book of Luke. The year now passed upon the brink of change. This line is also reminiscent of the description we had in the Mahabharata story of Savitri. Savitri is counting days. She is aware of the day on which Satyavan is going to die. Narad has already fixed the date so soon. So she is counting. Oh, now 1 week is remaining. Now 4 days are remaining. Now 3 days are remaining. After 3 days, my husband will no more there. The moment she sees that only 3 days are remaining, she decides firmly to undertake what is called the 3-night vow, 3 Ratra Vrata. Savitri undertakes the vow of standing at a given single spot continuously for 3 days, for 72 hours, without moving from that place. She is not going to take water, she is not going to drink anything. She is not going to move from that place at all. She was dissuaded from undertaking such a vow by Vimasena, her father-in-law. But she was firm, and she told him, "Look, this is my desire. Please allow me to undertake this vrata, this vow." She is not going to disclose to him why she is going to undertake that vrata, that vow. She is asking him, "Please allow me to perform this vrata," of standing at a single place for 3 days continuously. Finally, Vimasena concedes her wish. Savitri performs a 3-night vow. Now, the 3-night vow again is extremely symbolic. In it, the entire quintessence of the yoga tapasya of Savitri, she has been carrying out life after life through ages, age after age. Now the moment has come when she has to undertake this particular vow. The year now passed upon the brink of change. Change has to take place, and she is determined to undertake this vow. 3 nights obviously mean the night of the physical, the night of the vital, the night of the mental. She is going to perform the vrata of all these 3 aspects of lower nature and then get ready to do her yoga, the conquest of death. She is there already. Nachiketa, he was waiting for Yama to come back. He was waiting at his doorsteps for 3 nights. And the gold which he had received from Yama was of the secret of fire. Yama revealed to him the secret of 3 fires, and these 3 fires are named after Nachiketa. Savitri's yajna here of 3-night vow of getting the gold is not to receive the secret of fire. Of course that is required, but her task is much deeper, much profound, more significant than that. She has to meet Yama himself, Yama who has assumed a dark form. Yama who has assumed a dark form. It is that Yama in the dark form who must disappear from the scene. Mrityu Loka is governed presently by this Yama in his dark form, the shadow Yama. The shadow Yama has to disappear from the Mrityu Loka. And the true Yama, the true God, the son of Vivasvana in his truest form, it is he who must now govern this Mrityu Loka. That moment is arriving, and Savitri is preparing herself for confronting Yama of the dark. And it is that who has to be dislodged from this place, from Mrityu Loka, from Prithvi, who is subject to Yama in the dark form at the moment. Only when that Yama disappears, the Satya Dharma, Dharmaraja, in his proper fullest glory, will rule here on this world. It is his reign which will then begin all the true Yama. Dharmaraja in his most splendid form. Dharmaraj, the divine himself, born here, so to say, to govern the world with the law of truth, Satyam Ritam. It is that which will begin from that moment onward. And this is what is going to happen in the Yajna of Savitri. We have gone to the first canto of the Book of Yoga, the joy of union, the ordeal of the foreknowledge of death, and a heart's grief. We have seen most of these details in some manner, and the general impression we get about the canto as well as from the canto about the entire composition of Savitri is that every bit of it is complete in itself in Savitri. If it is a canto, if it is a section, if it is a paragraph, if it is a sentence, that by itself is complete and can stand of its own, on its own. In fact, that's the whole beauty of Savitri. Yet, one completeness flows into the other completeness with a sort of luminous spontaneity, joining all of them together and forming a perfect essay in poetry. That is the beauty of Savitri. Each part is complete, yet all these parts join together to form an overall completeness in the totality of his presentation. Now, if you see from that point of view, it is possible to present a brief resume of the first canto of this book. And that is what we could do today, to quickly run to the entire canto before moving on to the next canto, the second canto. The first canto begins with the famous line, "Fate followed her, forcing immutable road." We have seen different aspects of this line from different points of view, from different angles. This line is also a bridge between the previous description and the description is to follow. It provides a wonderful link in the poetic logic of the development of Savitri. Narad has already foretold about the death of Satyavan. He has brought the word of fate and delivered it to Savitri. While he has delivered the word to Savitri, he has also planted the seed of yoga in her soul. So if you see from all these connections, this line, "Fate followed her, forcing immutable road," we see many aspects coming into picture at once, in one single line. Fate as a universal force governs the cosmic events. Fate the life of an individual molds his nature, governs his nature, and shapes it for the event. Now, in the case of Savitri, both these aspects are present, the cosmic as well as the individual. Why it is decreed that Satyavan must die, it is fated that this must happen, yet the greater spirits can reverse this fate. The beauty of fate is that although our free will is governed by nature and fate, it also gives us a scope for things to happen in our free will. What is fate? See the executive force of the universe. She fixes our circumstances, present situation. She determines the events in the life of man. That is the nature of fate. But the greater spirits can change that fate. In the context of fate, we have also seen about Theon's idea of the origin of death. According to him, it is falsehood that created death. Falsehood is the source of death. But Savitri has just the opposite view of it. It is death who has created falsehood. So in that sense, death becomes more important in the life and work of Savitri. If you are able to knock off death, it means you are able to knock off falsehood. And that is what this greater spirit has come here to do. Savitri can change fate. It means that it can knock off death. It can remove, as a result of that, falsehood of this world itself. That is the entire thrust of the opening passage of this canto. The greater spirits can change the balance of fate, can reverse the balance of fate, and make the soul the artist of its fate. And Savitri is that great spirit. She has come for that purpose. Now, after having made this introductory statement, the poet moves on with the story of Savitri. Yes, she is here now. She is going to change fate. That is fixed, that is decided, that is done in a certain sense. Therefore, all is fulfilled that Savitri had desired. She wanted to marry Satyavan, and that desire is fulfilled. But all is fulfilled that Savitri desired also means that she is going to conquer death. She is going to change her fate. And the poet is already telling you in advance that yes, this is what is going to happen shortly. All is fulfilled that Savitri's heart had desired. But in the context of the story, the relationship is directly of a different type. Savitri wanted to marry Satyavan, and this has been achieved. The royal party has come to the hermitage, and the wedding of Savitri has taken place in the company of the sages of the forest. Savitri's heart is happy, she is happy, and of course Satyavan is also happy. Savitri's old parents-in-law are also extremely happy. They find in her someone who has come like a goddess to serve them. And therefore, in that little event, all happiness is already present there. The royal party is there, the marriage has taken place, and Savitri is now the wife of Satyavan. Savitri's parents and the convoy go back to Mathura, and Savitri stays in the forest. She, the princess who was served by everybody, now starts living a strict hermitage life of hardship, ascetic life, simple clothes, simple wants, simple jobs of the hut in which they are staying. She is serving her parents-in-law. She is cleaning the room, sweeping the floor, washing the vessels, pulling the water from the well for all of them. One who was served is now serving others. That is what Savitri has accepted as a part of the reward of joining with Satyavan. And she has no grudge about it. She does it all very gladly, very happily, very consciously, very sweetly also, with all love poured into it, you see. Obviously, Savitri considers her living with Satyavan as a precious joy. She is enjoying the marital life of the early days, and she has forgotten everything in the company of Satyavan. But this cannot be for too long. The date fixed by Narad keeps on haunting her, and she knows that pretty soon her husband will be no more there, and she has not prepared herself in any way to meet the eventuality of his death. While this is happening, Savitri remains calm, remains unperturbed. Her immobile spirit watches the haste of time in the company of her husband. The days are passing very swiftly, and very few days are now remaining for the decreed event to take place. She is counting, yes, maybe a month, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a few days now. She watches the haste of time and the joy. She remembers Narad's date. So under these conditions, Savitri is in a mixed state of happiness and of grief, intense grief, without any solution to come out of it. The foreboding is there, the sorrow, the terror, they are waiting at her doorsteps. While she is calm, remaining silent all the while, she is waiting for some voice to tell her how to proceed further. But there is no response. There is absolutely no response at all. And under that condition, Savitri, you will read some of these passages. Only her violent heart and passionate will were pushed in front to meet the immutable doom. Defenseless, nude, bound to a human lot, they had no means to act, no way to save. But Savitri consoled this and attended her daily routine activities. In all those daily routine activities, in all her acts, a strange divinity shone. That is the beauty of Savitri. She is expressing her original nature even in all these small human activities. A oneness is Earth's glowing robe of light, a lifting up of common acts by love. That is the divinity of Savitri's love. And it is that which is being expressed in her daily activities. But at the same time, grief comes and butters her, disturbs her. When her grief to the surface pressed too close, these things seemed meaningless to her. A gleaming shell or a round, mechanical and void of no value at all in her life. So this is the sort of a divided life Savitri is leading, and she has no idea what is going to happen, in what manner things will take shape tomorrow. Waking at morn, she would still cling to Satyavan. While he is in the forest, her spirit also will walk with him. After all was given, she demanded still from Satyavan. Even by his strong embrace, unsatisfied, she longed to cry, "O tender Satyavan, O lover of my soul, give more of love, while yet thou canst, to her thou lovest." That is the silent longing of Savitri's soul. And she is waiting for a response from him. But Satyavan has the least idea of what is going to happen. She feels that something is disturbing Savitri, but he has no knowledge of the depth of her grief at all. He has absolutely no idea, no knowledge at all, no hint of it at all. All of his speeding days, the time that he could spare for her, he gave to her and remained with her physically, mentally, in terms of the soul, in terms of the spirit. Savitri at one moment of time then thought that she would take the simple path of going away with Satyavan when his dead body is burning the fire. That she rules out because she has identified herself with the entire world, with the entire universe. She has not come here to walk away from grief and sorrow and difficulties and death present in this world. That is not the nature of Savitri at all. She cannot accept that condition at all. She has to be here. And therefore, she has to help spiritually, physically, vitally, mentally, in the deepest sense, most luminously, in an opposite way, this creation. She demands the boon of joy and happiness and love from the Supreme for the sake of man on earth and earth's soul. That is her identity with this creation. And therefore, Savitri cannot imagine to walk away in any circumstance of this kind of way. While she is weighing all these pros and cons of her possible actions, what happens? The silent being within her remains silent. It does not tell anything to Savitri. Savitri, do this, Savitri, do that, Savitri, do that. Nothing, no response is there. Savitri, under that condition, makes her life an offering to the Yajna Purusha of this creation. She will list the fire of Yajna and makes her life, that Yajna Kunda, the altar in which the fire is burning, that is her life. And in that fire, in that altar lit with her life, she pours all the sorrow and suffering. She has offered everything of us now to the Yajna Purusha. And it is for the Yajna Purusha now to take care of her. He will do whatever has got to be done. Savitri has not to worry about anything at that point of time, because she has now made herself fully a part of his will, part of his action. Whatever Yajna Purusha decides, that she will accept and perform. Yet, Savitri cannot be free totally of the grief that is weighing in her soul. After all, it is not her personal grief. It is the grief of the entire universe which has gathered into her soul. The grief of the entire universe, of the entire creation, of the entire past that has brought her to this point. It is that grief which is disturbing her. But with the yajna she has lit, even that grief itself, that personified grief, falls silent, falls mute, becomes calm, delight, resolute. It falls silent. That is self, a great siddhi. Savitri has already achieved. The moment she has kindled the yogic fire of offering her life, of her sorrow to the Yajna Purusha for this creation, she has already achieved that siddhi, that the grief self has become calm. The moment the greed self becomes calm, there is a perfect adhara now, a support now established for the higher spiritual and occult powers to enter into a life. If you are disturbed, if you are not steady, then the spiritual powers and the occult powers, even if they come into you, cannot become effective. She has already acquired that poise to receive those higher powers into her soul. And that is the perfect preparation she has achieved in the course of her union with her husband. That is the contribution of her love with Satyavan. The contribution of her love with Satyavan, that the entire grief of the universe has gathered into her soul. She has offered that grief to the Yajna Purusha, and that grief has become now silent, has become calm, the light lost its harshness, and is now in a position to make Savitri, to let Savitri receive the power of the Supreme Divine Shakti that will be entering into her. With that, the year is almost coming to an end. The rains which were rushing, the wild winds which are rushing in the forest, they have fallen silent. The year now paused upon the brink of change. No more the storm sailed with stupendous wings, and thunder strode in wrath across the world. And still was heard a muttering in the sky, and rain dripped wearily to the mournful air, and grey slow drifting clouds shut in the earth. They were closed in. The clouds closed in the earth in them. So her grief's heavy sky shut in her heart. Her heart is now shut in the grief. And therefore she has become very quiet, very calm, well poised, luminously poised to receive the descent of the higher powers which she acquired in the course of time, in the course of her yoga. A still self hid behind but gave no hint. Only in the privacy of his brooding pain, her human heart spoke to the body's fate. Yes, year has come to a stop. Savitri has already performed the vow of the 3 nights, 3 Ratra Vrata, and nothing is going to disturb her now. She is there ready tomorrow on the fated day to walk with Satyavan to the forest. Under this psychological, yogic condition, Savitri would receive a summons from the heights of her being. A summons from being's summit she would receive. She will be told how to proceed now on the path of her yoga. The ground is prepared. She has nothing there in her now which will disturb the entry of the spiritual powers in her. And with that accomplishment, with that siddhi, Savitri's yoga is about to begin.